quiet from outside. Please, let's keep it quiet in here as well, which reminds me to ask you to turn your mobile devices off, please. We must finish at 5 o'clock today and be out of this room, so we'll finish just before maybe. I understand also that your rooms you have elsewhere in the building will need to be cleared before then. No problem at all if you want to move things up into this room, and to do that earlier than lunchtime maybe, or beforehand if someone else wants to go and do it. But we leave here by 5. Is there anything anybody wants to raise before we get back to the evidence? Okay. Mr. Mackay, would you like to continue with your cross-examination?
Thank you, sir. Good morning. For this part of the cross-examination, it would be helpful if you had CD 27 and CD 502 before you.
I have those. Thank
you. Now, because of the interlude between where we got to yesterday and today, to just remind ourselves where we got to. You recall that under reference to paragraph 10.9.83 of CD 165, you confirmed yesterday that you had taken into account what you consider to be a detrimental impact from the gymnasium building as part of the current setting of the Royal High School. Is that so?
Yes, that's correct.
And in relation to the gymnasium building, can we agree some basic facts? First of all, please, it was constructed in 1885, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And it was extended in 1894?
As far as memory serves, yes, that's correct.
And it obviously forms part of the current setting of the Royal High School?
Yes.
And it has done so in a similar nature for around about 130 years, is that right?
Yes, that's true.
And although Mr. Wright identified some aspects of the gymnasium building which he considered to be detrimental, he also acknowledged in his heritage statement that the gymnasium building was overall plain and designed in a plain and restrained manner to be respectful to the main building. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that's what he says.
And if we could then go back, please, to CD 502, which is the managing change on setting guidance. And we're still concerned here with stage 2 of the process. So page 9. And yesterday you confirmed that the primary advice under the heading of stage 2 is that the setting comprises our present understanding, appreciation of its current standings, and what, if anything, survives of its historic surroundings combined with subsequent historic changes. On the right-hand side of the page, in the second full paragraph, do you see a paragraph which begins changes in the surroundings? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
That says changes in the surroundings since the historic asset or place was built should be considered, as should the contribution of the historic asset or place to the current landscape. In some cases, the current surroundings will contribute to a sense of place or how a historic asset or place is experienced. Now, in that regard, would you accept, Ms. Tweedy, that the gymnasium building does contribute to how the historic asset is experienced because it contributes to the setting of the main building as part of a school? In other words, it contributes to our understanding as to the historic use of the site as a school.
Sorry, I'm not sure I'm on. The setting of the Hamilton building obviously includes the gymnasium, but I would not say that it's all of the elements within a setting of an asset may not be beneficial, some may be detrimental. So I would consider the gymnasium overall to have a detrimental effect.
I understand that, but first of all, I'm considering with you what the setting is before we get to the later stage 3 part of the analysis, which relates to whether it's detrimental or not, and what the change is. So, in analysing the current setting, before we get to that stage, do you acknowledge that the gymnasium building does contribute to our understanding as to the historic use of the site as a school?
Yes, it makes some contribution to that.
Now, if we go back, please, to your text at CD 27. In relation to asset group 28, obviously. And also, if you could have before you your inquiry statement, please, at 520, paragraph 520. This part of your inquiry statement, you're referring to Mr Wright having questioned the accuracy of repeated statements by both Historic Scotland and other stakeholders that the Hamilton building forms the proper layer to the Parthenon of the National Monument. And you go on to say at 521, whether or not one considers that the Hamilton building and the National Monument should be understood as intentional imitation of the proper layer and Parthenon, and then you dispute the view that's been expressed. If we look to the non-visual factors box, which is in the middle of the page at CD 27, by reference to your discussion of the design of the Royal High School being based upon the Propylaeum, the entrance to the Athenian Acropolis, its situation in relation to unfinished national monument was key in promoting the similarities between Carlton Hill and the Acropolis, and thus between Edinburgh and Athens, helping to cement Edinburgh's reputation as the Athens of the North. Now, I take it from that there simply is no dispute on this issue, and you do, despite what you say at 521, acknowledge that there is a deliberate relationship.
Sorry, could you just give me the page reference on CD 27, please? Yes,
sir. We're primarily looking at the asset group 28, which is E59 on CD 27. And, sir, it's the middle of the page under the heading non-visual factors.
Thank you.
Sorry, could you actually repeat the question? I've rather lost the train of thought I had.
Right. So at 520 and in particular 521, you seem to throw into some doubt as to whether there is a deliberate relationship. What I'm putting to you is that it's perfectly plain from what we see at CD 27 under that box that there is a deliberate relationship and that you accept that.
I do accept there's a deliberate relationship, and I think I was just including the knowledge and expertise of Mr. Wright in questioning the way that that's been expressed in some of the documents. So I think it should be understood more as a symbolic relationship rather than a literal parallel of the two buildings in Athens.
And as I think we established when Mr. Wright was cross-examined, that was never really in dispute, was it?
I'm uncertain of that.
Leaving Mr. Wright's evidence to one side then, your evidence is that there is a direct relationship and that's deliberate, is that correct?
There is a symbolic relationship between the two buildings.
And therefore, the reporter should read paragraph 521 of your inquiry report in that light.
Yes, I'm accepting that in that paragraph.
Well, I'm sorry to push you on this, Ms. Tweedy, but the thrust of your position at 521 is that you're not necessarily accepting. You say whether or not one considers, and that's the direct reference of 520, where you point to Mr. Wright's querying of the accuracy of the repeated statement. So, as a matter of accuracy, can we be absolutely clear that you accept that there is a symbolic relationship and that that is deliberate?
Yes, I do accept that.
Thank you. And you go on at 521, 4 lines from the foot of that paragraph to say, well, beginning 5 lines from the end rather, the visual relationship between the Hamilton Building and the National Monument can only be readily appreciated and understood from a limited number of viewpoints, and so on. Now, there may be a question of judgment as to how many viewpoints the relationship can be viewed from, but on any view where it is possible to see both monuments, or the monument rather, and the Royal High School, because of the importance of the relationship in expressing the, Edinburgh's Athens of the North, would you accept that those, where there are views, those viewpoints are important?
Not all of the views where you can see both buildings are of equal importance. Some of the views you can't clearly see one or other, or indeed both of the buildings. So in those particular views, I wouldn't say they contribute a lot to the understanding.
Well, let's take, for example, the view from Canongate Churchyard, the view from Calton Hill, the view from Radical Road, those views from generally from the south. Those views where one can appreciate the relationship, you must accept, don't you, that those are important. And they're important because of the aspect of setting that we've just been discussing.
Yes, those views form an element of the setting of the building.
Now, before we get into the change aspect, can we look, please, to the overall conclusion which you've expressed at CD 27 at the very last part of the analysis under the heading of significance of effect, where you say moderate, oblique, minor, beneficial. Now, following the methodology which you've adopted for the purposes of the assessment, that's not a significant effect, is it?
No, it's not.
Remind me, is it the same significance or assessed significance for the 2017 scheme, moderate, minor, beneficial?
Yes, it is.
So, in terms of understanding the impact on the setting of this building, which is of acknowledged international importance, the reporter should understand that, in essence, if your position is accepted, then there is a non-significant beneficial impact, whereas if the evidence of the objectors is accepted, there is a significant adverse effect in EI terms.
Yes, that would be the case.
Now, moving to the change column then, please. In the first paragraph, which is, I think, in fairness, a summary of a point that you elaborate upon in your inquiry report, you identify two main aspects, which is that the change will better reveal physical elements of the Hamilton Building and will also reveal the Belvedere Tower. Now, insofar as the Belvedere Tower is concerned, do you agree with Mr. Wright's evidence that revealing the Belvedere is not really a relevant factor in terms of the longer distance views, simply because it can't be seen in those longer distance views when the development is in place?
I believe the new wings will at least partially block views of the Belvedere and long distance views, obviously depending on location.
Well, when we come to look at the long distance views, if you could help me by pointing out where we can see the Belvedere, but we'll leave that for one moment. In terms of the immediate setting of the Hamilton Building, is it fair to acknowledge that whilst the Belvedere would be revealed, in other words, you'd be able to see it in close proximity, if one were to be in close proximity, that would also be in the conjunction with the new eastern wing, which is of some substantial size and scale?
Yes, they would both be within the site.
And there's a key spatial relationship to be considered in terms of the immediate setting, which is that the eastern wing would be situated between the Hamilton building and the Belvedere.
I guess it depends on the precise meaning of between. It's not going to screen the view or anything like that. I'm not quite sure what the question is there.
It's not going to prevent all views of the northern facade of the building, but it will obscure views of some of the facade of the northern-facing elevation and all of the eastern-facing elevation. Is that right?
So I'm sorry, it may be my fault, but did my learned friend really mean the northern elevation of the building? And if so, from what points would it screen, I wonder?
It might be useful to look, please, at an aerial view, which might help us. If you look, please, at CD 157. Now, CD 57 is a series of visualisations prepared by Garth Hoskins, and I appreciate the first visualisation you have in front of you is an aerial view, so it's not an actual viewpoint. But in terms of understanding the spatial relationship between the Belvedere and the Royal High School, and how the change in the setting of the Royal High School would be understood, the point I'm putting to you is a simple one, which is that the Belvedere will be tucked behind the eastern extension on the northeastern part of the site. And from that position, there's a large extension wing immediately in between the Belvedere and the Royal High School.
Yes, that's the case.
So if we look further down the visualisations, in fact, the next visualisation will help us with this. Is the Belvedere visible in that visualisation just at the left-hand side of the image?
Yes, it is, right at the edge of the image.
Therefore, the point I'm putting to you is that in understanding the change in the setting of the Royal High School, whilst the Belvedere will be revealed, there's a limitation to which you can place weight on that factor. Would you accept that?
I would suggest that the Belvedere can be experienced better with the development than currently, because it's entirely hidden currently.
I understand that. What I'm asking you to accept is there's a limitation to the amount of weight you can place on that factor because of the immediate imposition of the eastern hotel wing.
I think in anyone's view, the revealing of the Belvedere Tower has to improve the ability to understand the site.
The point I'm putting to you is a very specific one, which is that being said, there's a limit to how much weight you can place upon that factor because of what you see in front of you.
That may be so in particular locations, yeah.
Now, going back then, please, to CD 27. When you then, at the latter part of the same paragraph, the first paragraph, say it will once more be possible to understand and appreciate the original layout of the former Royal High School. Now, that's a reference, I think, to the demolition of the Gate Lodge classroom block and gymnasium. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it also fair to acknowledge, Ms Tweedy, that the original layout of the site included open spaces which were used as playgrounds?
Yes.
Those playgrounds and the open space created by those playgrounds were a key feature in the immediate setting of the building as originally designed and constructed.
Yes, it was intentionally decided to put the building centrally within the space.
And it's fair to acknowledge also that open space immediately adjacent to the main building remains a key feature in the current context. And that's because later buildings on the site have deliberately been kept to the perimeter of the site. Would you acknowledge that?
The later buildings have been kept to the perimeter, whether that's for aesthetic reasons or functional reasons of requiring a playground is hard to say.
For whatever reason, the open space remains a key aspect of the immediate setting of the Royal High School.
Yes, the area is open, but it's not in any way the same character as originally. It's obviously used as car parking, and there's a lot of trees in the way.
And I understand that there's been a change on the western side to the use of that open space, but fundamentally it remains open space. There's no built development in the heartland, the heart of the playground, because the Gate Lodge, for example, is pushed to the northwest of the site.
Yes, that's true.
So then, in understanding the magnitude of change, Ms Tweedy, would you acknowledge that insofar as the immediate setting of the Royal High School is concerned, the most influential change will be from the open setting which we currently have to a built setting, which is the extension wings?
In terms of the visual change, yes, that will be a visual change. The setting guidance is asking us to understand how we will be able to understand and appreciate the building. And as I think I set out in my evidence, the new wings, in my opinion, are an improvement because they improve the ability to understand the symmetrical design of the site and so on.
We'll come to the beneficial adverse part of the equation later, but I just want to understand your position as to the influence on the immediate setting of the Royal High School. And in that respect, the most influential factor is the change from open space, historically and currently, to a built environment. Is that right?
Inevitably, the wings are a significant part of the new development, yes.
And the change will be quite dramatic, won't it? It will significantly alter the immediate setting of the Royal High School. That's unavoidable, really, when you place two large bedroom wings at one either side of the building.
Yes.
Now, in relation to whether that change is beneficial or adverse, I think you explain in your inquiry report that the 2015 assessment didn't set any criteria to establish whether a change was beneficial or adverse, but the 2017 assessment did. And essentially that relates to whether or not, in the view of the assessor, the changes either enhance the setting or detract from the setting. Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
And can we remind ourselves, please, what managing change on settings says? That's back to CD 502. And this time on to stage 3. Which begins on E10. And on the right-hand side of the page, we see a sentence beginning at the top of the page, depending on the nature of the historic asset or place. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Relatively small changes in the wider landscape may affect its setting. That's to do with the wider landscape, obviously. And then 2 paragraphs down, factors to be considered in the assessing of the impact of a change on the setting of a historic asset or place include, and there are various factors, all of which we'll come to discuss at some point. The third being the visual impact of the proposed change relative to the scale of the historic asset or place and its setting. So the issue of scale is identified there. Moving over, next hyphen is the visual impact. And then next, the presence, extent, character and scale of the existing built environment within the surroundings of the historic asset or place and how the proposed development compares to this. Then next, the magnitude of the proposed change relative to the sensitivity of the settings of an asset. Sometimes relatively small changes or a series of small changes can have a major impact on our ability to appreciate and understand an historic asset or place. And there are points to consider. So this is all emphasising that the need to understand the comparative effect, if you like, between the scale of what's there and the scale of what will come if the change were to happen. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's a common position between the parties, isn't it, that although the Hamilton building has a sense of monumentality, it's actually a relatively small building on a tightly constrained site. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's also a common position before the inquiry that the Hamilton building makes a contribution to the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site.
Yes.
And that's an important contribution.
Yes, it makes a contribution.
And it's fair to acknowledge then that the setting of the Royal High School is acutely sensitive, isn't it? In fact, it's quite difficult to imagine a more sensitive setting.
We could perhaps talk for a long time about a more sensitive setting, but yes, it is a sensitive site.
So, leaving aside for the moment any counterbalancing factors about tidying up the site and revealing certain features, in terms of the immediate setting of the Hamilton building, would you accept that the introduction of 2 large extension wings of similar scale and size as the Hamilton building, one either side of the main building, means that in terms of this aspect of the managing change guidance that we've just been looking at, in other words, the comparisons of scale, in that respect, the effect should properly be regarded as adverse because of the comparison between the scale of the Hamilton building and what will come if either of the 2015 or 2017 scheme were to be consented.
I think the issues of the scale of the wings has to take into account their built form and the way they've been intentionally made to step away from the Hamilton building. So it's not purely an issue of scale as such. It's about the entire design.
Yes, considerable efforts have been made by the design team to try and address the issue of scale. That's been explained in the evidence, no doubt will be explained further. But I'm asking you to acknowledge that when we look at what the guidance on setting says, and when we look at the nature of the change in the immediate setting of the Hamilton building, even though there have been efforts to mitigate that change, the change in itself is adverse. Is that right?
It's not, again, it's not quite as simple as that, I think, because the assessment of the effect on setting has to consider everything in the round. So there are benefits resulting from the development, and there are some places where there are adverse effects.
Right, and I'm trying to establish with you whether this is one of those areas, the immediate setting of the Hamilton building, leaving aside views from the southern part of Edinburgh. I'm looking at the immediate setting of the site, and I'm asking you, for the moment, to put to one side any counterbalancing issues in relation to the benefit of revealing certain features, and looking at the nature of the change in the immediate setting of the Hamilton building. And in that respect, because of the comparison of scale, which managing change on setting asks us to consider, and because of the importance of that, that aspect is adverse, isn't it?
In the very immediate setting of the building, as in within the development site, there's obviously a significant change. I wouldn't normally necessarily ascribe adverse or beneficial at that point in my assessment, because, as I say, I'm assessing setting in the round, not just on that specific point.
Well, I know that because you explained that yesterday. It's an in-the-round assessment ultimately, but I'm trying to break that down a little bit and understand different aspects of setting. And think what you're confirming is that you would accept that in this respect, the immediate setting, the change, because of the issue of comparisons of scale, is adverse, isn't it?
I'm genuinely struggling to answer that question. It's not how I would look at it. Standing within the site, there are both beneficial and adverse effects. So, yes, the scale may be considered adverse from some locations, but there are also benefits.
I understand that. And when you say yes, it may be considered adverse from certain areas, I'm asking you to focus on the immediate setting, which is important, isn't it?
Yes.
And I'm asking you to, for the moment, leave aside any beneficial effects, which you've also brought into your in-the-round calculation. And I'm asking you to accept that the nature of that change, which you accepted was the most influential aspect in the immediate setting, that change is adverse because of the advice that we have from the managing change on setting.
I understand that you'd like me to say that I believe the scale is, of the building is adverse, but as I'm trying to express, I do think it's more complicated than that, and it does have to take into account the design, the materials, and all the other factors of the development.
Back to the change table on CD27. In the second part of that change table, you're referring to the framing of views. The wings help to frame views of the Royal High School. And then you express a view about whether or not the prominence of the high school is competed with. Is it... or rather, in the first instance, when you formed your view on the framing effect, did you have any regard to the nature of the pavilion buildings that are situated at the front of the site, immediately to the east and west of the main building?
Yes, the pavilions form part of the building, so they were considered.
Well, they're strictly speaking separate from the main building, aren't they? They're buildings in their own right which are linked by a wall on either side. Is that right?
Yes.
And that means that those pavilions themselves form part of the immediate setting of the main building, correct?
I have always thought of them as one building because they're all designed as one piece by Hamilton. But yes, I understand what you're saying.
And do you also accept that Hamilton's design included these pavilions partly to frame the main building? That's part of the overall design.
I suppose that's a case that could be made, yes.
And so that means that the Hamilton building already has a framing by way of built development. And not only that, it's at the hand of Hamilton himself.
Yes.
And do you understand that those design elements, the pavilions, are themselves also derived from the Propylaea?
I understand they're derived from some form of Greek architecture. I'm not an architectural historian, so I couldn't confirm exactly which building they're derived from, I'm afraid.
Can you turn to CD25 then, please? If you turn, please, to page 36 and 37. If you start, please, at page 36, do you have that before you, CD 25?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Wright begins this passage in his heritage statement by saying, inspiration was drawn from the Propylaea at Athens. It was almost as though a threshold was established leading to Calton Hill and to the National Monument at its summit. So it's not a literal threshold, but it's almost as though there was a threshold. If we scan down, please, to underneath the photographs of the drawings, at the foot of page 37, we see a paragraph beginning there. The pavilions were positioned on the street boundaries as separate structures linked to the wings with curved walls, and the relationship to the main portico is likely to be inspired by the conjunction of the elements of buildings making up the Propylaea. Does that confirm, in your mind, that relationship?
Yes, that appears to be what it says, yeah.
Thank you. We can put that document to one side now then. So because, Ms. Tweedy, the pavilions are deliberately small and restrained, that helps to emphasise the south-facing facade of the Hamilton building, of the main building. Is that right?
It's one element along with the landscaping that is within the site.
So Hamilton worked with the landscape and created a design in such a way that it emphasised the monumentality of the main south-facing facade. And part of that was his use of the pavilion buildings.
Yes, that's true.
So any threat which is posed to the scale of the pavilions in the immediate setting of the Hamilton building is in turn a threat to the current setting of the main building, and therefore should be regarded as detrimental. Do you agree?
Any change that would disrupt the understanding of those elements, yes, I would agree, would be detrimental.
So in that respect then, please, can we go to CD 157? In electronic page 5. Do you have that?
Could you describe what it looks like?
It's the view from the Burns Monument. The base of the Burns Monument is partially obscuring the view on the right-hand side of the image. It's the second last image.
Yes, I have that, yeah.
We can see from this image that the eastern wing is set above, although stepped back from the eastern pavilion. But in relation to the western pavilion, do we see that in what would be read as part of the immediate setting of the Hamilton building, the western extension wing is dominant in the sense that it's above the western pavilion, steps up, and then wraps around the western wing of the main building. Do we see that in the photograph? Or the visualisation, rather?
Can I just confirm the drawing number of that, please? Clearly in my bundle, the second last one is not the one you're referring to.
It's RHS AV PL 404. So we see that in the visualisations, don't we? The nature of the imposition of that western wing as between the western pavilion and the west wing of the main building. Do you see that?
There's 2 points I would make. One, I believe this is an architect's drawing rather than an LVIA visualisation, so I'm not sure of the accuracy as such with this kind of assessment. Secondly, without the existing situation prior to the development, it's difficult to compare, but I believe that the buildings of St Andrew's House would currently occupy a similar location to the proposed new wing, so the change might not actually be as much as you're trying to suggest it looks like from this image, but it's difficult to compare without the existing image.
Right, so it's fair to acknowledge that from that position, the St Andrew's House will be an influence. Can we look, please, at CD 31, so we can see the current context, CD 31. And it's viewpoint 17, which is electronic page 12.
Sorry, could you repeat the page number?
Immediately after page M48. So I think it's the first image.
The figure number in the top right-hand corner, is it 1359?
Yes, and Blanche, thank you.
I have that now.
So in terms of the current setting, as understood from this viewpoint, you're right to point out that St Andrew's House forms a feature in the backdrop to the view. What I'm pointing out to you and asking for your comments on is that the imposition of the western wing, as shown in the visualisation at figure 1360, brings a contrasting architecture into the space and the immediate setting of the Royal High School, and affects the relationship between the Western Pavilion and the main building as experienced from this viewpoint.
It's true there is a change, but I would not use this as a good location to understand the relationship between those two elements of the building because of the current position of St Andrew's House. It's already not a great location for understanding and appreciating that relationship.
Well, what the reporters will have to do is, as I'm sure they've already done, is walk up Regent Road, round that bend, past the Hamilton building, and as they do so, and as one would if the scheme were to be built, the scale and the mass of the western wing would become all the more apparent in that journey, wouldn't it? And not only that, it would become more closely associated with the immediate setting of the Royal High School, and in particular the space in and around the Western Pavilion and the main building itself. Is that right?
The experience as you move along the road is obviously ever changing, but I believe that the materials used mean that it's still possible to readily understand the different elements. So the new wing would be readily distinguishable from the Hamilton building and the pavilion, and it wouldn't disrupt your understanding of their relationship.
Well, you say that the materials won't disrupt that, but is figure 13.60 not quite a good illustration of how the contrasting architectural style will disrupt and be detrimental to the existing relationship between the Hamilton Building West Pavilion and the main building itself? Would you accept that visualisation shows an uneasy relationship between the neoclassical architecture and in particular between the scale of the West Pavilion and the main building itself?
I'm not sure I would describe it as an uneasy relationship.
It's definitely assertive and contrasting, isn't it?
I believe the contrast is a benefit, precisely as I just explained, because it makes it easier to understand the different elements in that view. If it was proposed to build a wing in a similar material to the Hamilton Building, it would be very difficult to understand what you were looking at in that view, whereas as it is with these materials, it's, I think, even for a non-heritage specialist, it is straightforward to understand the different elements are entirely different things.
How can you form that view, Ms Tweedy, where what we see before is effectively quite a messy image, and not only that, that the western wing steps up, is significantly greater in scale and mass than the West Pavilion, and wraps around the top of the Western Pavilion? How can you possibly say that that is beneficial in understanding the relationship between the Western Pavilion and the western wing of the main building? That must be detrimental to the understanding of the building and its setting.
I would say overall it has a largely neutral effect. It remains entirely possible to understand and appreciate the elements of the building, albeit there is a change in the view.
So earlier you said it was beneficial, now you're saying it's neutral. But on any view you accept there's a significant change in the view.
I wouldn't describe this level of change as significant, particularly bearing in mind the fact that St Andrew's House is currently in the backdrop. So the backdrop is already including buildings that are not part of the Hamilton Building. The
point, though, Ms Tweedy, you'll acknowledge, is that this is bringing built development from the backdrop to part of the immediate setting of the building, and that is a significant change, isn't it?
It causes a change to the immediate surroundings.
And it's very noticeable, isn't it?
I would not say it's very noticeable, no.
Can we look, please, next at the view from Canongate Churchyard? And for this exercise, it might be helpful to have Mr Van Grieken's visualisations, which are CD 596. And it's viewpoint 19C. And if you look at image 02, I'm looking at the baseline photograph. Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
And this is the classic middle distance view that Mr Wright speaks about in his evidence, and he accepted that this was an area where there were issues to do with the quantum of accommodation. Is that right? In relation to the first scheme, at least.
I believe that's the case, yeah.
And do we see that, in relation to the baseline photograph, can we note the following? First of all, that the green slopes of Calton Hill in the west of the main building are readily apparent.
Yes, they are on the left half of the image, obviously less so on the right side.
Yes. We can see Nelson's monument, part of the National Monument, clear view of the front facade of the main building, and the West Pavilion. And although we do see part of the gymnasium building, it's relatively obscured from this particular viewpoint in these conditions. Is that right?
Yes, the gymnasium is relatively set back from this location.
Thank you. Now, if you look at the visualisations then, just turn over one page, please. Yeah. Now, just a general observation, whether we're looking at the 2015 or 2017 visualisations, first of all, there's a very obvious introduction of built development in a contrasting architectural style, is that right?
Yes, there are additions made.
And in relation to the 2015 proposal, both the wings are skylined.
Yes, I think that's partially to do with the location, because the Hamilton building itself is also skylined. It's due to looking slightly upwards in this particular view.
And do we see that on the eastern side, the extension is much more prominent and obvious, either in the 2015 scheme or 2017 scheme, than the gymnasium block? And that's a reflection of where it is on the site and its scale and mass as understood from this particular location.
I'm not sure they're directly comparable in terms of their prominence, because they're very different materials and they're in different locations.
Well, to put it in simple terms, they're much more obvious, aren't they?
They can be seen more readily than the gymnasium block.
All right. And because of the fact that the architecture on either side, the two wings, is of a similar nature, it's quite clear that the Hamilton building is now set within an overall built development which has been extended either side. There's no mistaking that the Hamilton building is now subsumed within a wider development. Is that right?
I would not choose the word subsumed. I believe that the new elements, they're obviously in proximity to the Hamilton building, but I certainly wouldn't consider them to subsume it. I believe it still shows its original prominence on its site, and it's still the focus of the view.
But it's very obvious, though, that this is one larger development. Whether it's prominent or more prominent or less prominent, it's very obvious that it's now part of a wider development, and that's partly because of the fact that the building is framed by two extensions which are in a similar architectural style.
I presume most people would read them as the same development.
Now, on the western side, in relation to the 2015 scheme, this is one of the views, isn't it, where the scale and mass of the western wing is an obvious contrast to the restrained scale of the Western Pavilion. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree that in this particular view, that's one of the locations where I would consider there's something of an adverse effect on some of the setting.
Right, I'm coming to this. So you would accept then that is an adverse effect on the setting of the main Hamilton building? And that's for various reasons, isn't it? It's to do with the immediate setting of the Hamilton building, but also it's to do with its relationship with the National Monument and the Nelson's Monument. Is that fair?
The main reason I would identify an adverse effect here is the relationship with the Nelson Monument, and it's primarily to do with the setting of the Nelson Monument itself rather than the Hamilton building.
So there are two issues then. First of all, you accept there's an adverse effect on the setting of the Hamilton building. Secondly, there's an adverse effect on the setting of Nelson's Monument. Is that right?
Nelson's Monument forms part of the wider setting of the Hamilton building.
Yes.
And in this view, I would consider that there's an adverse effect on the setting of the Nelson Monument.
Yes.
Therefore, there is something of an adverse effect on the Hamilton building.
Right.
The effect on the Hamilton building, I would say, is less adverse than the effect on the Nelson Monument in this specific view.
And there's also an adverse effect, isn't there, on the landscape setting of the Hamilton building, i.e. Carlton Hill, and that applies both to the 2015 and 2017 proposals, in particular in relation to the eating up of the green space on the western side and the skylining of the eastern extension over and above what would have been the natural profile of Carlton Hill.
I think we spoke a lot about the greenery in Mr. Wright's evidence and whether or not that area should be considered to be green or, in fact, should be more rugged rock.
Well, let's use a neutral term, the landscape setting. Let's forget about whether it's green or not for the moment. The landscape setting.
Yes, there is a change in this specific view.
And that change is adverse, isn't it?
In terms of understanding and appreciating the building, I'm not sure it's necessarily entirely adverse. There's a change to the understanding of the topography of the hill because of the scale of the building. But it's still possible to understand that the hill is present. It's that understanding hasn't been removed.
Well, that's significantly altered in relation to both schemes, but particularly if you look at the 2015 scheme, that is a radical alteration to one's understanding of the landscape setting as viewed from this particular viewpoint, isn't it? Not only is the landscape built upon up to the base of the Nelson's Monument, but also the profile of the Carlton Hill itself has been interrupted and interfered with. So in that respect, that's also an adverse change, isn't it?
That specific element of the setting of the Hamilton building is adversely affected, yes. You can't see the profile of the hill where the new one will be built.
So there's an adverse effect on the setting of the Nelson's Monument. That also has an adverse effect on the setting of the Royal High School. The pavilion, there's an adverse effect there also, isn't there, on the western side? Because of the scale massing issue which we discussed earlier, as also a part of the setting of the main building, would you accept? That's also adverse?
I think, again, we're confusing a visual change with an effect on setting. So setting is about understanding and appreciating the building. And I don't believe this affects the ability to understand and appreciate the building.
Well, of course it does. Of course it affects the understanding of the building. At the moment, the Western Pavilion has the same landscape backdrop that the Hamilton building has on the western side. Your clients want to build a large hotel extension which interrupts and obscures the landscape setting on the western side of the building. So, of course, it affects the understanding of the Hamilton building in terms of its historic setting and also in relation to its current setting.
That wasn't a question, that was a statement. That's called evidence.
It's called a proposition, and I'm putting that proposition to you, Ms. Tweedy.
I think I've already said this, but it remains possible to understand that Carlton Hill is present beyond the building. So there's a small area at the very westernmost part where the wing would remove the understanding of the sloping down of the hill, but there is enough of the hill remaining visible that you can understand the location of the building. it's on the side of Carlton Hill, and that remains possible to understand.
Right, so you accepted earlier that the Western Pavilion is part of the setting of the main building. The Nelson's Monument is part of the setting of the Royal High School, and the landscape to the west of the main building is also part of the setting of that Royal High School. We see in both images, don't we, that there is a modern, deliberately assertive, deliberately contrasting extension wing situated in the space between the Western Pavilion, the Nelson's Monument, and eating up nearly all, if not all, of the landscape setting. Now, the point I'm putting to you is that in terms of understanding both the historic and current context of the setting of the main high school, that must necessarily be detrimental because of the nature of the change and how one affects one's understanding of the setting.
I think there were a number of points there that I would not necessarily agree with. I'm not sure the architectural style has been chosen to be assertive. My understanding is that the materials have been chosen intentionally to be recessive, and obviously I'm not the best qualified to comment on that matter in our team, but I think that's a misrepresentation of the materials that have been chosen.
Well, the way you put it earlier, and if you can remind me, but you certainly pointed out that because of the contrasting architectural style, you earlier indicated that from some views that was a benefit because it in some way highlighted the original elements. I think must have been the line of reasoning. So because of that contrast, if we can put it in a more neutral way, where you introduce a large 5-storey building in a contrasting architectural style, using glass, which will reflect in certain light conditions, and you place that building in an area which has formed the landscape setting for the Hamilton building, which forms the immediate foreground for the setting of the Nelson's Monument, and which is significantly larger than the Western Pavilion, which also forms part of the immediate setting of the Hamilton building. In terms of understanding the setting of the building, those changes must necessarily be viewed as detrimental.
Again, as I've said, it's detrimental that you can't see the edge of the slope of Carlton Hill. That's now obscured by the wing.
So your position is that as long as you know there's a hill there, even though you can't see much of it, that doesn't really matter. It means the change is not significant. Is that your position?
I'm seeking to consider how you would understand and appreciate why this building and how this building has been located. And with the exception of the removal of that area of slope, I believe it's still possible to understand that in this viewpoint with the proposed development present.
Let's look at, please, your magnitude of change table. That's table 10.6, which is at CD 16. And it's page E19, hard copy, page 10-11, 10-11. Now, you've accepted that there are adverse effects on the setting because of the nature of the changes, and would it be fair to say that, in your view, those changes are properly described as having a medium level of magnitude? In other words, considerable changes to the surrounding of an asset, such that the character of the asset and space light and setting is partly materially altered, and key visual links and relationships with the surroundings are materially affected. From this viewpoint, at least, the nature of the adverse changes that you've identified in your evidence, they amount to a medium level of magnitude. Is that fair?
No, I would not agree with that. I would if I were assessing on a viewpoint by viewpoint basis, which is, again, I would repeat, not how this works. It's based on all of the viewpoints in the round. But if I were to assess just this viewpoint, I would consider that the definition of the low magnitude of change is more relevant. It remains possible to understand the location of the building on the slopes of Carlton Hill. It also remains possible to understand and appreciate the visual links with other associated assets that are nearby. So it is still possible to understand the location of the Nelson Monument. It is still possible to understand the location of the National Monument in relation to the Hamilton Building. And that understanding is not removed by the proposed development.
I understand that's your overall test, if you like, whether something is completely removed or not. But if we look properly at Table 10.6, a low magnitude of change is a noticeable change in the surroundings of an asset, resulting in superficial alteration of its baseline setting, while key visual links and relationships with the surroundings are unaffected. Now, given what you've already accepted during the course of the cross-examination this morning about the nature of the change when viewed from this viewpoint, it would be fair to acknowledge, wouldn't it, Ms Tweedy, that even on your own position, the resulting change is not simply superficial alteration of the baseline setting. It's something more than that, isn't it?
Again, I would say that the relationships between all the buildings remain possible to understand, and that there's no obstruction to those relationships. It remains entirely possible to.
Ms Tweedy, this is the methodology that you set out in your assessment, and presumably you've used it in other impact assessments you've prepared in relation to setting effects assessments. You've used it before?
Yes, I have.
So you're very familiar with your own methodology, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
And your own methodology, when it comes to the magnitude of effect, doesn't simply use a can we still understand type of approach. It's more careful than that. It divides the level of magnitude into different levels. Is that right?
Yes, but we are assessing the setting of the monument, and as we've already discussed this morning, setting is defined as how you understand and appreciate a monument. And so that has to be the key thing that we're considering here.
That's the ultimate end goal. But to make an environmental impact assessment transparent, and so that people can understand how you assess that ultimate end goal, you set out a methodology, and that involves, in relation to the magnitude of effect, different levels of the magnitude, as set out in Table 10.6. Is that right?
Yes.
And what I'm suggesting to you is that following your own methodology, the changes and adverse changes that you've accepted in your evidence this morning are more than those which result in a superficial alteration of the baseline setting. Now, do you accept that on your own evidence, the nature of the changes, the adverse changes which you've identified, are more properly falling within the medium level of magnitude, i.e. changes to the surroundings of an asset such that the character of the asset and its baseline setting is partly and materially altered, and key visual links and relationships with the surroundings are materially affected. It's not a total loss of the understanding, because I know you're keen to emphasise that's ultimately what you're assessing. What we're talking about here is part and material alteration from the baseline setting, and the relationships are materially affected without going that further step that you've referred to. So on that basis, Ms Tweedy, using your own methodology, is it now fair to acknowledge that the adverse changes in setting that you've identified are properly regarded as of medium level of magnitude from this viewpoint, and with the caveat which you've already expressed about what you're ultimately trying to assess?
I would consider that a material alteration would be something more significant than what we're seeing here. I don't think that's what we're seeing.
So your position is that the change in the landscape setting, the change to the setting of Nelson's monument, the change to the setting of the pavilion, the change to the profile in Carlton Hill, the introduction of contrasting architectural styles. None of that, in your view, amounts to a partial but material alteration to the baseline setting. That all comes together, doesn't it, Ms. Tweedy, to just that, a partial and material alteration of the baseline setting?
I think I've already expressed, as I see it, the main change is that you can no longer see the slope of Carlton Hill falling away beneath the Nelson Monument. And the introduction of the new wing, although it adds a new element to the setting, I wouldn't consider that a considerable change. It remains possible to fully appreciate the different elements that are within the view.
I'm noticing you're emphasising the word considerable, but your own methodology explains what's meant by that, i.e., such that the character of the asset and its baseline setting is partly and materially altered. Now, I have to put it to you, Ms. Tweedy, that even on your own evidence, what you have accepted amounts to a partial and material alteration in the baseline setting.
So I wonder if it would be fairer to put the entire wording of this paragraph, because my learned friend has cut it short because there are several words that might be important after those that he's quoted.
Well, I have the words in front of me. Are you actually asking for them to be read out?
So what I am asking if he's concentrating on this particular definition, that the definition should be given in its entirety to the witness rather than cut off short.
Okay.
Well, looking to the second half of the text then, key visual links and relationships are materially affected. You accepted that there was a key visual relationship, as I understood it, between the Nelson Monument and the Royal High School. And that's partly why you took the view that an adverse effect on the setting of the National Monument was also an adverse effect on the setting of the Royal High School. Is that so?
Yes, that's correct.
So, to use Mr. Steele's example, that is also, you would fairly acknowledge, wouldn't you, further weight to the general point which I'm putting to you, which is, as you know, that this is not a superficial alteration to the baseline position. It's a partial and material alteration to the baseline position, and it also includes relationships which are materially affected on your own evidence. Is that right?
I feel I've rather lost sight of what we're actually assessing here. Are we assessing this view, or are we assessing the relationship between the building and the Nelson Monument? Because I'm a bit lost which one we're considering.
Ms. Tweedy, you know fine what we're doing here. We're assessing the impact on the setting of the Royal High School as viewed from this viewpoint. Yes?
Okay.
Yeah. And taking into account the evidence which you've given this morning under cross-examination, you've identified a number of issues where there are adverse effects on the setting. Yes?
I've pointed out that there are some adverse effects in this view, yes.
And what I'm now exploring with you is what the magnitude of those changes are. And by reference to your own methodology, what I'm asking you to do is to confirm, but as a consequence of the evidence that you've given this morning, is that in your own assessment, when viewed from this particular viewpoint, understanding the setting and understanding the nature of the changes, using your own methodology, there is a medium level of magnitude.
No, I consider there is a low magnitude of effect.
And that's because, using your own methodology, you think there's simply a superficial alteration of the baseline setting. Is that really your position to the inquiry? This is a superficial alteration to the baseline setting? That can't possibly be your position, given the evidence you gave this morning.
I think if you read the full definition, it states there is a noticeable change, which I have said there is a noticeable change. but that key visual links are unaffected. It remains possible to understand all of those key visual links, which I've just explained.
With respect, Ms. Tweedy, you're adding a gloss to what your methodology actually says. It says the key visual links and relationships with the surroundings are unaffected. They're most certainly affected here. You've accepted that this morning. There's a key relationship with Carlton Hill, that's affected. There's a key relationship with the Western Pavilion, that's affected. And there's a key relationship with Nelson's Monument, that's affected. So this is not properly understood on your own methodology and on your own evidence, a low level of magnitude. It's properly recognised as a medium level of magnitude on your evidence. That's the point I'm putting to you. Do you accept that?
If we look at the difference in wording between the two levels, between medium and low, medium is talking about a material effect upon the key visual links. I do not consider there is a material effect. That would mean that there is some obstruction to the understanding of the links, and I do not believe that that is what is happening here.
Can I just clarify something with you? Excuse me. You're talking about understanding. You've also mentioned appreciation. Where's that from? What's that?
The setting guidance talks about
managing change.
Managing change setting guidance.
So can I read in also experience to the answers? That's one of the three aspects. Correct that?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Yes,
Sorry,
thank you. So following up that, the experiential qualities, the cultural associations and so on, that's not simply about putting a physical barrier between one aspect of setting and the building, is it? It's a more subtle relationship than that. Would you agree?
Experience is yes, more subtle than that, although experience from a single viewpoint is always misleading. Experience always has to be understood moving around the location.
All right, but as you know, I'm trying to establish with you what your evidence is in relation to the experience of setting from this viewpoint, with the caveats you've already expressed. And before the reporter asked his question, you made reference to the lack of any obstruction, I think was the word you put. Is that right? Anything to obstruct the relationship. Is that your because it's something that you, I think, as a theme you develop in your inquiry report, that where there's no obstruction between a monument and the Royal High School, that in your view means that there's no imposition on the understanding of the relationship between the two. Is that the way you approach this aspect?
Well, I think we've already discussed that the relationship between the Hamilton Building and the National Monument is a symbolic relationship, and in this particular view, the Hamilton Building and the National Monument and the Nelson Monument are all seen in this view. They will still all be seen to the same extent in this view if the proposed development goes ahead. That there is no change to the ability to understand and appreciate that.
In your view. So can you explain to the reporters what there would have to be in order for there to be an imposition of the nature that you would be looking for in those circumstances? I mean, if we've got a large scale building which dwarfs the scale of the Western Pavilion, which is of a similar scale to the main building, which is situated and obscures the landscape setting, and which impinges upon the setting of the Nelson's Monument, surely all of that mounts up to a significant change and a level of magnitude of medium. We're not talking about the high level of magnitude here. We're talking about a medium magnitude of change. Surely that all adds up to at least a medium magnitude of change, even on your own evidence.
I think for this viewpoint, I would consider everything I can see in the viewpoint. So there is a change at either end of the Hamilton Building from the new proposed development. The vast majority of what is present in this view, and which one can experience and understand and appreciate, it remains. It can still be seen, understood, appreciated
So in your approach then, do you need to basically build the hotel right in front of the elevation for the nature of the change that you'd be looking for to assess something as being significant?
I think if you built a hotel directly in front of the Hamilton building, that would certainly be a high level of change.
But that's exactly what you've done, or your clients are proposing to do from certain viewpoints. That's exactly what your clients are proposing to do.
With fairness, this is a very strange line of questioning. You've just suggested to me that you're going to build a building directly in front of the main facade of the Hamilton building. There's no one in this room who would disagree that that would be a major change. That is not what is being proposed by my client.
I wonder, sir, if this is a useful time for a break.
Mr. Mackay, is this a useful time for you to break?
Yes, it would be. I tend to move on to another aspect now, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll break now until 11:05. Thank you. Mr. Mackay, before you resume, can you give me any indication of how much longer you might be in your cross-examination?
Yes, obviously, sir, the cross-examination on that aspect took longer than I'd hoped.
Yes.
I'm still hoping to finish by lunchtime. We've explored the methodology in some detail now, so I'm hoping to be able to take a lighter touch in relation to other visualisations.
Thank you very much. When you're ready.
Now, Mr. Tweedy, we've looked at the immediate setting. We've looked at setting as experienced from a mid-distance view, i.e. from the Canongate churchyard. Can we look now at the effect on setting as experienced from longer distance views? Can you look at viewpoint 8C in CD30? Beg your pardon. Yes, I was right, sorry. It is CD30. Viewpoint 8C, CD30, the view from Radical Road. That's electronic page 40, sir. And if you could also have before you the Mark van Grieken visualisations, which we had earlier. CD 596 and viewpoint 8C-04. Do you have that also?
Yes, I have those.
Now, first of all, can we note that in relation to CD30 in the baseline photograph, it looks like quite a bright day that day, doesn't it?
I guess so, yes.
Is CD, when you have the visualizations for the purposes of your site inspections, which you explained at the beginning of your evidence, do you have also the information that we see on the right-hand side of the page about where it was taken from, what camera length was used, the weather conditions, the time of day, and so forth? Or do you just simply have the visualization? You might not be able to recall, but if you can recall, it might be helpful.
I don't recall exactly what I had when I carried out those site visits. It was obviously some time ago.
For the purpose of the 2015 assessment, did you actually have visualizations?
Yes, I did.
And are those visualizations the ones that were subsequently used for the purpose of the environmental impact assessment? In other words, the ones that are referred to here in CD30?
Yes, they are.
It's the same image then. And insofar as the visualization of the built development is concerned, that's over the page. Now, here we see the extension buildings as being really quite dark. Is that fair to say?
They do appear to be so, yeah. The printout I have here does not seem to be of the same resolution as the image I actually worked with to carry out my assessment, so I'm slightly puzzled by that.
So the visualizations you have aren't of very good quality, is that what you're saying?
I think just the print quality of this specific copy here.
Now, if we look at the baseline photograph, we see that the photograph was taken on the 6th of April 2015 at 11 minutes past 3. And if you look... Is my microphone working? Yes. Sorry. The photograph's taken on the 6th of April 2015 at 11 minutes past 3. And if we look at the roof of Dynamic Earth, do we see that the light seems to be coming from certainly the west, possibly even from the northwest? Is that fair?
Yes, that seems to be the case.
And because of that, when we look at the visualization, and we bear in mind the orientation of the site and the orientation of the extension wings, that means that the extension wings are not being struck by the sunlight in their full extent, at least. If we look at the eastern extension, for example, we can see that the very western aspect of the eastern extension is picked out a little bit in light conditions, but otherwise the eastern extension is in the shade. Is that right?
That would seem to be the case.
And if we look at the Mark Van Grieken baseline photograph, well, actually, we can go straight to the visualization. It's VP08C-04. It's taken, if you look at the bottom right corner, the date and time is the 1st of December at 15:35. Now, I'm not saying you're an expert in this, but is it fair to say that that's just about dusk in December, and therefore the sun will be coming from the west?
I think so, yes. It's not my area of expertise. I'm just thinking that through.
But again, we see that the visualization, although it's possible to make out the dark features of the extension wings, we've got the same issue that they're not being illuminated by light which is coming from the south. Is that right?
I'm not sure light would be coming from the south at this time of day in December.
That's exactly the point.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
All right. Can we contrast these baseline photographs with CD603? Now, these bear to be visualizations prepared by Gareth Hoskins Associates, as I understand it, and this one effectively is a close-up view from the same general perspective, i.e. from Radical Road over the buildings that we see in the foreground towards the site and towards the National Monument and Nelson's Monument. Is that right?
I'm not sure of the origin of this image, but that does seem to be what it shows, yes.
I'm not asking you to explain every detail of the image, but I'm asking you to confirm what you can take from the image. Now, can we take from the image and the visualization that Gareth Hoskins Associates have prepared that in this visualization there is light coming from the south, and that light somewhat illuminates and picks out the architectural details on the extension wings?
That seems to be what's shown in the image. Again, I'm not sure what the origin of this image is, and I'm not sure if it's LVIA. It's been made in accordance with the LVIA rules, so I'm not sure about the accuracy of any elements like that. I'm obviously not suitably qualified to comment in detail on that, however.
But when you carry out your setting assessment, part of that assessment, when you're looking at the impact from individual viewpoints, must necessarily involve an understanding of how different light conditions will affect the visibility of the extension wings.
In as much as I'm able to do so, I'm not a landscape architect who would have a more detailed understanding of that kind of thing.
And because of that, that's why you rely on the accuracy of the visualisations that are provided to you by the landscape architect who's part of the design team.
Yes.
And it's fair to acknowledge, isn't it, Ms Tweedy, that insofar as views from the south of the site are concerned, long-distance views from Carlton Hill, Radical Road, if you had a visualisation such as the one you now have in front of you in CD603, you would have had a different impression as to the visual impact when viewed from those locations, in terms of the nature of the and visibility of the extension wings.
As far as I can see from this image, it appears to be more zoomed in than a viewpoint, than I would expect a viewpoint from this location. So I wouldn't use this kind of image. So I'm not sure that's a fair question.
Well, if I can put it in a different way then, if you'd had a photograph similar to the one that you had at the time, but in these light conditions, then you would have had a different impression as to the extent of the visibility of the extension wings in those light conditions.
The light conditions do seem to make a change in this image.
And they emphasise the architectural contrast, don't they?
They seem to emphasise the contrast, both of the new wings and also the various columns of the Hamilton building, due to the shadow.
Yeah, yes, indeed. And in terms of the south-facing elevation, it speaks for itself, but we know there are no reflective surfaces on the colonnade, whereas when we look at the extension wings, it's very obvious that in these light conditions, light will indeed reflect, as one would expect, off the panes of glass that form an important part of the construction and design of those buildings.
The image appears to show that I'm not an expert on the materials. Mr. Gibb is obviously more expert on those matters.
Yes, but you don't need to be an expert to know that glass will reflect light in the way that is shown in this visualisation.
My understanding is that there's a specific way that the glass has been integrated into the building, where it's set back, and I understand that has some effect on the way in which reflections would be appreciated. But as I say, I'm not qualified or the most knowledgeable to speak about that, and I would refer you to Mr. Gibb.
Understood, but that design feature has been introduced and incorporated in order to limit the extent of the reflection and visibility of the panes of glass. Is that your understanding also?
I'm not entirely sure why that decision was made. I wasn't involved.
All right. Using this image also, do we see that there will be issues of scale in respect of the West Pavilion and how that Western Pavilion relates to the main building and also the western slopes of Carlton Hill? Put shortly, the western wing seems to be about 3 times taller and considerably wider.
The wing is certainly taller, yes.
Yes, but that gives rise to an issue about the setting impact on the main building because of the relationship we discussed earlier about the relationship between the Western Pavilion and the main building itself. So there's an obvious change there, isn't there?
There's a visual change, yes.
And that visual change, the nature of that change, is adverse as viewed from this particular viewpoint, isn't it?
I can't comment on a purely visual assessment. That's obviously a different methodology than what I'm carrying out. I'm carrying out a historic environment assessment.
Well, to the extent that you're doing so, that you're looking at the impact on what Managing Change describes as key views. And as I understood your position, this is one of the key views that you took into account in forming your view as to the impact on setting.
Yes, it's a key view.
And therefore, insofar as we're understanding the visual impact as experienced from key views, you would acknowledge that this is an adverse change in the setting to the main building because of the impact which it has on the building itself, the Western Pavilion, and the western slopes of Carlton Hill.
Again, the assessment I'm carrying out is to understand, to assess the ability to experience, understand and appreciate the setting of the building here. So a visual change does not have to equal with a detrimental impact. And I do not believe in this view that the proposed new wings would have a detrimental impact. They will have a change, but not a detrimental impact.
So your position is that the western wing, which is noticeably, significantly large in the Western Pavilion, and in some ways dwarfs that design touch of Hamilton, your position is that that doesn't result in an adverse effect on the setting of the main building in relation to the western side of the site. Is that really your position?
Yes, that is my position.
And therefore, do you take a similar view in relation to the Burns Monument and its relationship to the main building? Again, Burns Monument having been designed by Thomas Hamilton, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you'll say, no doubt, that because you can still see the Burns Monument and you can still see the main building, therefore the large eastern extension wing doesn't allow you to appreciate, to understand those buildings, and therefore there's no adverse change. Is that your position also in relation to that?
The Burns Monument was placed here intentionally in relation to the Hamilton building, and that relationship remains entirely understandable, albeit the backdrop has been changed.
Again, we come back to your approach to the magnitude of change. It may be that it's understandable in the sense that you can still see them both, but in terms of the magnitude of change, the imposition in the immediate backdrop to the Burns Monument, right next to the main building, that has to have a medium magnitude of effect for the very same reasons that I put to you earlier in relation to viewpoint 19C.
So, if that point's to be put, which is a perfectly fair one, surely it involves a comparison with the existing situation to know what the change may or may not be.
If we're going to look at that view, can we have the documents, images in front of us?
Well, I think that means going back to CD 30 then. Well, what we have to do then, Ms Tweedy, is carry over our understanding of what we see in front of us into 603 over into the image in CD 30. If you look at CD 30, please.
And which page are you on, please?
It's E40, sir.
Thank you.
Now, in the baseline image, we've got the same issue that we've discussed earlier about the angle of the sun. But what we can see is that the gymnasium block is somewhat set back on the site. Is that right?
Yes.
And because of that, there's a degree of open space and landscape backdrop between the Burns Monument, which is actually picked out in the light, and the eastern pavilion and the eastern wing of the main building. Is that right?
On the eastern side of the Burns Monument, its backdrop is formed by the gymnasium block. On the western side, there appears to be some of the hill slope visible.
Yeah, yes, and then if we look at the visualisation, we see that there's a stepping up arrangement reflecting the link on the eastern part of the side at ground level and then up to the full height of the eastern extension, which forms a new element and a more obvious element immediately behind the Burns Monument when viewed from this perspective. Is that right?
It forms a new element. I'm not sure I'd say more obvious.
Well, it's bigger. It wraps around the Burns Monument. It's closer, and it's an obvious contrast to the style of the monument. So, taking all those factors into account, it's more obvious, isn't it? Particularly in the light conditions that we see in CD 603.
I would suggest that the new wing makes the view more legible. So the contrasting architecture, the different materials, it's more evident that that's different from both the Hamilton Building and the Burns Monument. The gymnasium block, which is built in a broadly similar style to both the Hamilton Building and the Burns Monument, at the moment disrupts your understanding of what's going on there. So I think the materials and the style of the new wing actually make this view more legible.
We'll look at that issue in a bit more detail later. Can we confirm that the Belvedere will not be visible from this location as a consequence of the eastern wing?
I wonder if assistance is given in that to save time by looking at Mr Van Grieken's work, where there may be an obvious answer to that question.
I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that, Mr Steele.
Well, sir, if we look at Mr Van Grieken's work drawing viewpoint 8C, which, as I understand, is a viewpoint we're looking at.
You're in CD 30.
CD 596, sir. And the question relates to the Belvedere, as I understand it.
VP8C04. Is that what we should be looking at?
Thank you. Yeah.
I happen to have 03 in front of me.
Well, I'm looking at VP08C04, which is the one we looked at earlier. I may be wrong, but I can't see the Belvedere very obviously, at least. Can you see it?
I think this visualisation is showing Scheme 1, and I don't believe the Belvedere is visible there. I think it is visible in the case of Scheme 2.
So over the page we look at 05. Is that the Belvedere that's in a slightly lighter tone at the very eastern part of the hotel extension on the eastern side? Is that the Belvedere?
I believe it must be, yes.
All right, so there's a... You're not sure, but you think it is?
I can't see any other building that would be in that location, so I think it must be.
Okay. In terms of the retaining wall behind the Hamilton Building, again, am I right in thinking you just can't see that at all? In either scheme?
According to the visualisation, no, you cannot.
If you look then to CD 30 again for Arthur's Seat. Viewpoint 10, CD30. Yes, so if you have viewpoint 10 then in CD30. Do you have that?
I do.
Now, I don't want to go into this viewpoint in much detail just now. I'm primarily interested at this point in the impact and setting of the Royal High School rather than garden design landscape issues. But insofar as the setting of the Royal High School is concerned, do we see that from this viewpoint the gymnasium block does seem to read as part of the Regent Terrace part of the scheme? And although mention's been made about the colour of the gymnasium block, we do see similar tones elsewhere on Regent Terrace, don't we?
Yes, there do seem to be a variety of tones visible on Regent Terrace.
So from this viewpoint, the gymnasium block appears to read as part of that terrace at Regent's Terrace, doesn't it?
I would suggest that it reads both potentially as part of Regent Terrace and potentially as part of the Hamilton building in this view.
But because of the respectful manner in which it's been designed, as Mr. Wright alluded to, there's no obvious conflict or contrast between the gymnasium building and the Hamilton building as viewed from this perspective.
This is one of the views which I had identified as the building being more prominent, the gymnasium building being more prominent than it might be due to its colour, and therefore it tends to draw the eye away from the Hamilton building, which should be the focus of the view.
Well, on any view, though, the Hamilton building remains a prominent feature, partly by nature of the design of the building, partly because of where it sits on the artificial terrace that was discussed earlier in Mr. Wright's evidence.
Yes, that's true.
If we look at the visualisation beneath, again, in relation to the setting of the Royal High School, now, what do we take from the quality of this visualisation in the first instance, Ms. Tweedy? It looks to me like a computer-generated image that's slightly gone wrong. There's a sort of fractured appearance. There's black areas, dark areas, there's light areas. There's an obvious contrast between the eastern extension wing, which is lit up to some extent, and the western extension wing, which is dark. Did you query the reliability of this visualisation at the time?
I believe so, that this is showing a wireframe view. So, again, I am not the most qualified person here to speak about that, but it's showing the shape and size of the building rather than the full detail of the colouring of the materials and so on. And so the colour you can see within the building is, I think, in fact, the remains of the gymnasium building. And so the error appears to be that the image is labelled as a photo montage when it should perhaps be labelled as a wireframe.
Okay, that makes sense now. So In that case, did you have a visualisation from Arthur's Seat when you came to go on your site visits, and when you came to form a view on the extent of the visual change, and therefore the setting from this particular viewpoint?
As you'll appreciate, it's quite hard to remember exactly what I had in 2015, but I believe this is the same image I had at that time.
It would be useful to know if there is a non-wireframe visualisation at some point.
So I think the answer to that may be in Mr Van Grieken's work. I think it's 10:04 and 10:05 to assist.
Sorry, Mr. Steele, which document was that? 596, CD 596? Yeah, sure. Thank you.
I'm looking then at viewpoint 1004, which relates to the 2015 proposal. Do you have that?
Sorry, is it Scheme 1 or Scheme 2?
Scheme 1, viewpoint 1004.
Yes, I have that.
So in terms of understanding the Hamilton Building's current setting, there's an obvious change by the introduction of the western extension, infilling the lower slopes of the Carlton Hill, and also there's an obvious change in relation to the eastern extension, which you would acknowledge now is of higher elevation, noticeably higher elevation as against Regent Terrace, and is also a higher elevation when viewed from this viewpoint than the main temple of the main. Sorry, the temple of the main building. Is that right?
The east wing is slightly higher than the temple.
Yeah. And the east wing also now serves to increase any visual coalescence between the main building and Regent Terrace. And that's because the built development now extends across that slope, as viewed from this viewpoint, from the eastern wing all the way to Regent Terrace. Is that right?
No, sir, there is a gap where the Belvedere Tower is visible. And again, I would re-emphasise the architectural materials and styles. The contrast means that this can be read much more clearly as a gap between the Hamilton Building and Regent Terrace, rather than the gymnasium block, which confuses what you see in this from this location.
So that explains your point of view that the architectural contrast is actually of benefit in illustrating that contrast. Is that your position?
The architectural contrast, I believe, helps make the view more legible. So to any viewer, I believe it would be quite straightforward to understand the difference in architectural style and materials between the Hamilton Building and Regent Terrace, which are similar materials, and the new wing, which is clearly of a different material and style.
What about the fact that it proves a distraction because you're having to understand that architectural contrast, whereas at the moment you don't need to do that? Is that not another change in the experience of how one understands the setting of the Royal High School, and in particular the neoclassical illusions that we've spoken about in evidence in earlier weeks of the inquiry? That very change, that alteration, in that sense, is detrimental, isn't it?
No, again, I really refer to my previous answer. The gymnasium block is built in a generally classical style, and in similar materials. And sorry, there's some very loud noises happening behind me. So the general style is similar to the Hamilton Building and also to Regent Terrace, and to the general viewer, particularly at this kind of distance, is very difficult to understand the difference between all of those different buildings and clearly read what is going on in that location with the gymnasium block present. Right,
well that's saying two slightly different things. I think what you're saying now is that to some extent the new extensions will blend in with the hillside. Is that what you're saying?
My understanding of the materials is that they are intentionally recessive in long-distance views.
Yeah, but the visualisations that we have in front of you at the moment, again, is taken on the 1st of December at 1:05, but it doesn't show the sort of light, bright conditions that we see in CD 603, does it? We have to bear in mind that in other lighting conditions, the architectural contrast will be much more obvious. Would you agree?
Yes, it may be more obvious in other conditions.
And in those conditions, would you also accept that in terms of understanding both the historic and current setting of the Hamilton Building and its relationship with Calton Hill and the monuments, the very fact that there is a contrasting architectural language that's being employed, that will detract, won't it, from one's understanding and appreciation of that setting?
No, I don't agree with that. All of the key elements of this view will remain. They're all present. And again, I feel like I'm saying the same thing over and over again, so I do apologise. But the gymnasium block currently is disrupting your understanding. To any viewer, this new wing is clearly different from both the Hamilton Building and Regent Terrace. And I think that makes an understanding of the intended layout of this area much clearer to understand.
So that's where we come down to your professional opinion about the nature of the change, and I assume you readily accept that other professionals can form a different view as to, first of all, the nature of the visual impact of the gymnasium block, and secondly, how any change might affect one's understanding of the historic and current setting of the Hamilton Building.
Yes, professionals often disagree.
Thank you. Can we look at 11C in relation to the setting of the National Monument, please? And can we do that it may be helpful for you to have, for your own benefit, paragraphs 543 to 546 of your inquiry report. I'm not sure we need to go to it, but it might be helpful for you to have it at least. So that's viewpoint 11C from Meadowbank Lawn. I'm looking at Mr Van Grieken's visualisations of VP 11C 03.
Sorry, could you remind me the viewpoint number?
It's 11C, and I'm looking at 03 in Ms Van Grieken's visualisations.
Okay.
Now, I think if I've understood your inquiry report correctly, you've said that the Hamilton building is somewhat obscured. Have I understood your position correctly in relation to this viewpoint?
Sorry, where was it that you found that in my work?
It's in your inquiry report, paragraph 543 to 546 deals with the issue. 524 may also be relevant. If you look at the foot of the page at 524, from locations on Meadowbank Lawn and Holyrood Park, viewpoints 11B and 11C, the buildings within Holyrood Palace in the foreground, those beyond, together with the trees within the park, means that although skyline views of the National Monument are readily achievable, views of the Hamilton building are somewhat obscured. That's my understanding of what you take as being the current baseline position in relation to the Hamilton building as it relates to the National Monument when viewed from viewpoint 11C.
Yes, I think the viewpoint we've got open is 11A, though, so...
No, just to be clear, I'm looking at 11C03, viewpoint 11C03.
But in fairness, the reference in the proof is to 11B as well.
Can we look at 11C03, please, Ms Tweedy, and can we just agree that in relation to the Hamilton building, it's clearly visible in the baseline photograph?
In this document it is, yes. This is not the view which I used in my assessment, so there may be some difference in emphasis, I'm not sure.
Well, as I understood it, viewpoint 11C, as identified by Mr Van Grieken, was using the same viewpoints, otherwise it's difficult to see what benefit can be derived from taking the photographs again. This should, in theory at least, be the same viewpoint.
I believe so, yeah. It's obviously a different width of view and other technical matters that I don't understand fully.
All right, but if we look at VP 11C02, that's the baseline photograph. And we see in that viewpoint, do we not, that the prominence of the Hamilton building is readily appreciable as its relationship to the Carlton Hill, Nelson's Monument, the National Monument, and the Palace of Holyrood in the mid-distance. Is that right?
I would agree that the National Monument and Nelson's Monument are prominent in this view, and perhaps Holyrood Palace is also prominent. The Hamilton building is visible. I'm not sure I would describe it as prominent in this view, and especially taking into account this is winter, and in the summer there would be considerably more vegetation.
Well, whoever's taken the photograph seems to have taken account of that, because they've taken it from a point between the trees. And therefore you do have clear views towards the Hamilton building, don't you?
Yes, there's a clear view.
Thank you. Now, if we look at the change in that view by reference to 11C03, as I think we established earlier, a vitally important aspect of the setting of the National Monument is its relationship to the Hamilton building, because of the symbolic association that we discussed in relation to the Propylaea and the Parthenon. Is that right?
Yes.
And do we see that, whether it's the 2015 or 2017 scheme, the area of landscape beneath the Nelson's monument, beneath the national monument, is intruded upon by the eastern extension wing?
Yes, although the current baseline image shows that the gymnasium block occupies a similar location.
It does what, sorry?
It occupies a similar location.
Yes, it does, but it doesn't affect the landscape as experienced from this location to anywhere near the same degree, does it?
The proposed wings are larger than the gymnasium
Yes,
in this view.
They're significantly larger and significantly more prominent, aren't they?
Again, I'm not sure about prominence. If you look at the baseline image, you can see, again, the very yellow colouring of the gymnasium block. The light is catching it particularly well in this image. And so, again, I'm not sure I would agree that the new wings are more prominent than the gymnasium.
All right, well, let's take separate issues one step at a time. In terms of scale and mass, these buildings are obviously of greater scale and mass than the Hampton building, I beg your pardon, the gymnasium building. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And in terms of the extent to which they affect the landscape setting for the National Monument, they are also affecting a greater area than the gymnasium block, yes?
Yes.
And as we discussed earlier, the relationship between the Hamilton building and the monuments that we see on the skyline are important to the understanding of the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage Site.
Yes.
Yes. And therefore, the introduction and the change that we see in front of us, whether it's the 2015 scheme or the 2017 scheme, that's a magnitude of change of at least medium, isn't it, in terms of the alteration and the understanding of the setting as we currently see it?
There are two factors, again, to consider here. I'm not sure this is a location many people would go to seek to understand, to experience, or indeed to appreciate the relationship between these two monuments. It's in the middle of an area of, I think, often quite boggy playing field.
Well, can we just deal with that issue, if I may, quickly? Managing change on setting indicates that a building has a setting, whether or not it's visited. I appreciate you're talking about a viewpoint here, but applying the same principle, the building has a setting, whether or not it's experienced in a particular viewpoint. Is that right?
Yes, a building has a setting whether or not you visit it. Some views of a building will contribute more to its setting than others.
Right. So with that caveat then, is it fair to acknowledge that there will be a magnitude of change of at least medium magnitude? And first of all, the nature of the change, can we establish that? Do we agree there's a medium magnitude of change before we discuss whether or not it's adverse or beneficial?
No, I would not consider this a medium change.
So you don't consider it to be a medium magnitude change, presumably again for the reasons that we discussed in relation to viewpoint 19C, that it's still possible to appreciate the general relationship. There's nothing obscuring the National Monument or obscuring the relationship between the Royal High School and the National Monument.
Broadly, yes. It's possible to understand both of their locations on the hill and in relation to one another.
And as a point of detail, I'm told that by reference to the figure which shows where viewpoints are taken from, this particular photograph or viewpoint is actually from Queen's Drive, in other words, the road. It may look like it's in the middle of a boggy field, but it's actually from the road itself.
I would need to consult the map to confirm that. It's a long time since I've looked at that. But
if you look 2 pages prior to this image, the map should confirm that point.
yes, I confirm that's the case.
And because it's from the road, as I understand it, that's a well-used road because it helps to cut through from the Old Town down to Meadowbank. Is that right?
Yes, it does do that, yep.
So, going back to the evidence you gave earlier, you would acknowledge that this is a well-used road and that people using that road, whether they're walking or driving a car, will see this from this perspective, albeit it's a transitional perspective. There will be...
So far as the precise location is concerned, I accept exactly what my friend has put. I wonder if Mr Van Grieken is the person to ask about this. I accept fully what is said about the viewpoint location. On the other hand, if you look at the photographs, it's difficult to reconcile the two, and it may be that Mr Van Grieken can explain that.
Thank you, yes. Not a great difference, though, is it?
Well, it'll be for Mr Van Grieken, okay. So but the baseline photograph would tend to indicate that it's not actually on the road. Okay. But it's really for Mr Van Grieken. I accept what is shown on the location diagram.
That's noted, Mr Steele. Thank you.
All right, so we'll be able to confirm with Mr Van Grieken exactly where it's taken from, but assuming that the figure that we looked at a moment ago is accurate, this is a viewpoint from Queen's Drive from which there will be views for the benefit of pedestrians and road users, albeit we have to acknowledge that that's a transitional experience.
Yes.
Right. Now, one of the key aspects that Mr Wright was keen to emphasise in his evidence in relation to the monumentality of the main building was the absence of glazed features in the south-facing main elevation. Is that right?
Yes.
And insofar as the national monument is concerned, when viewed from this perspective, albeit the Palace of Holyrood House is in the mid-distance, in terms of its relationship to Carlton Hill itself, that's been a landscape setting, hasn't it?
The national monument is set on the summit of the hill, so yes.
Yes. And therefore, when we're looking at the nature of the change, what your clients would propose to do is to introduce a new built structure with glazed features, thereby changing the nature of that setting.
It does cause some change to
Yes.
the view, yes.
Yeah. And in that respect, would you accept that the change is detrimental?
I don't consider that the change affects your ability to understand the relationship between the monuments.
Yeah.
And so...
So I could put visualisations to you all day, and what would happen is that every time you would say, that's because it doesn't affect our ability to understand the relationship between the buildings. Because that's your ultimate test, isn't it? That's the whole nature of your assessment.
The nature of assessing setting as an element of the historic landscape requires not consideration purely of visual change, but of change to the setting, which is clearly defined in the guidance as the ability to experience, understand and appreciate a given asset. And I don't see that that is being affected in this view.
But others may.
Others may.
Now, I don't want to go back to the Nelson's Monument visualisations. There is a point made to in your inquiry report about the extent to which Nelson's Monument is a sudden reveal as one travels from east to west round the current school site. Is that right?
Yes.
And because of the introduction of the Western Extension Wing, there will be a delay in the point at which that sudden reveal happens, won't there?
Yes, there will.
And at that point, you'll be past the Hamilton Building.
Yes, the monument is not fully revealed until you're past the Hamilton Building in the current situation, and the reveal would be somewhat further delayed by the proposed development.
Yes, but when in the current position, you're at least able to see the Hamilton Building when you're at the point of reveal.
I believe so, yes.
Whereas if the Western Extension Wing were to be built, you'll be right the way around that extension wing before you can see the full extent of the Nelson's Monument. And at that point, you won't be able to see the Hamilton Building, will you?
No.
Can we move then to the impact on the GDL? And can we do that by reference to paragraph 4.6 of your inquiry report? Paragraph 4.6, which is a point you also pick up on your precognition, you emphasise in your precognition. You say in the third line, I note the inventory description makes no specific mention of the Hamilton Building within its description of the Newtown Gardens GDL. In respect to the Carlton Hill area of the Newtown Gardens where the Hamilton Building lies, the description focuses attention upon the summit area of the hill and the collection of monuments thereon, including the New Observatory, Playfair Monument, Douglas Stewart Monument and National Monument. No mention is made in the inventory description of any association between these buildings and the Hamilton Building. And what I'm wanting to explore with you is to what extent that influenced your assessment. What is the point you're trying to make at 4.6?
I'm simply setting out what is set out in the inventory regarding the site. The inventory covers a much larger area than just Carlton Hill.
Yes, and we'll look at that in a moment, but I'm not understanding what the point is you're trying to convey to the reporters by highlighting this issue. What are you getting at here?
The description in the inventory of the Carlton Hill area, as I explain, focuses purely on the summit of the hill, and it does not make any reference to the Hamilton Building. That's what I'm explaining.
And because of that, did you reduce the contribution, as you saw it, that the Hamilton Building makes to the GDL?
No.
All right, so if we look at CD 541 then, just to understand what it does say. Volume 22, CD 541.
And I have page 3 of that document.
Page 79 in the hard copy, page 1 of the electronic copy, CD 541.
Sorry, I thought you were going to the Carlton Hill reference.
I am, sir, in a moment. Do you have that?
I do.
Okay, now taking this, I hope that's something of a canter because I'm sure you're quite familiar with it. Do we see under the heading of designations, it's identified as a World Heritage Site. In terms of listed buildings, the inventory says that it is beyond the scope of this appraisal to mention every listed building or architectural feature. And that I take as a reflection of the extent of the GDL, which covers a wide area in Edinburgh. Is that right?
Yes, it would be a very lengthy list.
Under reasons for inclusion, the Newtown Gardens are of international significance. Although broadly contemporary with other development city planning is at Bath, Edinburgh Newtown is the most extensive system of public and private open space. The open space planning was designed to take full advantage of the topography and Edinburgh townscape. And that's obviously relevant to the Hamilton building and where it sits on Carlton Hill.
Yes.
And if we look at then page 83, and under reference to Carlton Hill, there's the McKean quote about the picturesque effect. There's reference to William Henry Playfair in the bottom paragraph on the left-hand side of the page, and then there's reference to the Dugald Stewart Monument and the National Monument built in collaboration with Cockerell as a result of an only partial appeal for subscriptions to build a facsimile of the Parthenon in memory of those fallen in the Napoleonic Wars. So again, when one thinks of the Parthenon, one automatically thinks of the Propylaea if one has a proper understanding of this part of Carlton Hill. Is that right?
Someone with appropriate knowledge of Greek architecture may well do so. I'm not sure the average viewer would do that.
Yeah, come on now, Ms Tweedy. Your evidence is informed by Andrew Wright's evidence as to the relationship between the Parthenon and the Parthenon and the Propylaea, rather. Your own entry in the table that we looked at earlier emphasises the relationship between the two. So you well understood when you looked at the inventory that this was relevant, didn't you?
Yes, I understood that.
And then if we look at the assessment of significance on page 86, under the value heading, as a work of art, it has an outstanding value. It's integral to the civic planning fabric of the city. Under the historical value, also outstanding, Edinburgh Newtown Gardens are highly significant in the history of town planning, even for their contribution to the later idea of the garden city. The history of their design and the development of design ideas is particularly well documented and involve many of the key architects, one of whom would be Hamilton. Is that right?
Yes.
And under the architectural entry, which is also outstanding, as a comprehensive design, the Newtown Gardens and buildings are internationally renowned and of outstanding architectural value and are part of the World Heritage Site. Again, one automatically thinks of Hamilton, don't we?
Yes, he's among the architects you would think of.
And then under the scenic value, also outstanding, the gardens are outstanding for the contribution they make to the Edinburgh townscape and providing a setting for the surrounding buildings and monuments. So again, in relation to Carlton Hill, that provides the landscape setting for the Hamilton building, which is of international importance. So again, you automatically think of the Hamilton building, don't you?
I would think of a good number of different locations because this text is referring to a very large area.
But insofar as the text is emphasising the setting of buildings and monuments, one immediately thinks of Carlton Hill.
Again, the inventory is referring to this large area. There are a number of different gardens that are being referred to, and as we've already discussed, a large number of listed buildings that fall within this area, of which the gardens contribute to their settings. Yes,
granted. But insofar as scenic value is concerned, bearing in mind the nature of the Carlton scheme, and bearing in mind the nature of Carlton Hill, with the monuments, with the Hamilton building, I suggest to you that when you read this text, one automatically, naturally thinks of Carlton Hill, specifically within the wider GDL.
I wouldn't necessarily think specifically of that part of the GDL. I would think of all of the GDL.
Can I just interrupt just for one question, if I may? The site of the Hamilton building, would you consider that was part of one of the gardens or landscapes forming that area? is it part of Carlton Hill in the sense of it being one of the gardens or design landscapes in the overall area?
Yes, the Carlton Hill area was designed as a whole. I think, we've heard about this already with the ideas of William Stark and then implemented by Playfair. And so it has to be considered as a design landscape in that respect.
Including the high school site?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Just following that, it's quite important, isn't it, to understand that whilst it's an imagery of garden and design landscapes, insofar as this particular garden and design landscape is concerned, it's that relationship between the built elements and the landscape elements which is important.
Yes.
And insofar as we are assessing the impact of the Hamilton building on the Carlton Hill element of the garden, of the overall garden and design landscape, is it important to recognise that Carlton Hill has a differentiating feature, which is its prominence within the overall GDL. It's set on Carlton Hill.
Sorry, I'm not sure which thing you are asking me if it's prominent.
The inventory separates out the overall GDL into different elements. For example, Queen Street Gardens, Carlton Hill, Regent Gardens, public spaces, and so on. And what I'm asking you to confirm your view on is that insofar as Carlton Hill is concerned, the topographical considerations come into play quite significantly here, don't they?
There are two ways of considering this. So the summit area of Carlton Hill is obviously highly prominent from across Edinburgh, indeed from locations further afield. The location of the proposed development site is visible from a much more restricted area. And perhaps the easiest way to understand this is considering the zone of theoretical visibility studies which were prepared for the site. They help to understand precisely where the Hamilton building and that area of the site can be seen from.
Well, that relates to the extent of visibility, but I think you have accepted and would readily accept that there are viewpoints from within Edinburgh where what's been described as an iconic skyline include the prominence of the Hamilton building.
Yes, there are locations.
And because of the emphasis which the inventory places upon the topographical issues, if we look at the reason for inclusion that we started with, the open space planning was designed to take full advantage of the topography and Edinburgh townscape. Now, in relation to Carlton Hill, that element of the GDL, the topographical considerations come to the fore, don't they? They're clearly obvious. Is that right?
Yes, the topography is relevant to understanding not only this part of the GDL. I think this is also trying to refer to other views which are not relevant to what we're considering here, but things like looking out across towards the Firth of Forth and Fife, for example, through the grid part of the new town. And so the topography comes into play across the new town. It's not only relevant to Carlton Hill.
True, but insofar as Carlton Hill is identified as a specific element within the GDL, there's no doubt, is there, that this, because of the very nature of Carlton Hill, this is an element of the GDL from which this topographical element is very apparent.
Yes.
And that makes it sensitive then, doesn't it, in terms of one's understanding of this element of the GDL?
Yes.
And therefore, if there is a significant adverse impacts on one's understanding of this element of the GDL, that in turn may have implications for the coherence of the GDL as a whole. Is that right?
If there were such an impact, yes.
And in short, the debate between yourself and Dr. Middleton is that you think there isn't, but she thinks there is.
That seems a fair summary.
But whatever approach one uses and whatever conclusion one ultimately gets to, there should be no doubt, should there, that the Hamilton building is a very relevant consideration, understanding the impact on the Carlton Hill element of the wider garden and design landscape.
The Hamilton building and a number of other buildings in the vicinity, including the National Monument and Nelson's Monument.
Now, insofar as the 2015 scheme is concerned, can I look, please, at your rebuttal precognition at 2.1? And if you can also have before you CD 27. So at 2.1 of your rebuttal precognition, you're taking issue with Dr. Middleton's report. She, as you say, suggests that the assessment of effects upon the setting of the Newtown Gardens GDL set out in scheme, the ES for Scheme 1 seems only to have considered the parts of the GDL from which the development would be visible, and suggests that the assessment in the ES contains no analysis of views towards the GDL from beyond the GDL boundary. You then say that when the assessment is examined, it is clear that this is a misrepresentation of the detail. So you're accusing Dr. Middleton of having misrepresented something, misrepresentation of the detail which is set out in the assessment, CD 27, which clearly notes the relevance of views from out with the GDL, for example, stating Carlton Hill is a prominent hill within the city of Edinburgh, can be seen from many locations across the city, and noting that Carlton Hill's buildings form a distinctive and iconic skyline, which can be viewed from many locations across the city. Now, looking to CD 27 at Asset Group 32, which is electronic page 63, now, both those quotes which you've taken from CD 27, they come from the setting and importance column of the table, don't they? In other words, they're you building up an understanding of what constitutes the visual envelope and non-visual factors and sense of place that are relevant to the setting of the GDL. Is that right?
Yes.
But what you're not doing is actually assessing the impact on views of the GDL from out with the GDL into the GDL, which is the point that Dr. Middleton was making in her inquiry report. Is that right? Because your impact, your assessment of the change, of the impact, that comes in the next box on the right-hand side of the page.
Yes, I think the fact I've included it in the column before shows it's implicit in my assessment, although it's admittedly not explicit.
Right. So Dr. Middleton's not misrepresenting anything, is she? She's saying that the detail of any consideration of having been given to views from out with the GDL into the GDL in terms of the impact, the magnitude of change, and all the issues we've already discussed, they're simply not there in relation to this Scheme 1. So she's not misrepresenting anything, is she? If you look at the change box, there's nothing about views from out with the GDL into the GDL. Is that right?
It's not explicitly mentioned, no.
No, it's not mentioned at all. Did you actually? I know you did. I know you've considered impacts from viewpoints into the GDL in your inquiry report, and there are maybe texts in relation to that in relation to the 2017 scheme. But for the 2015 scheme, did you actually consider views from out with the GDL into the GDL, or did you, at that stage in your work, focus your assessment on impacts from within the GDL?
No, I considered impacts on the GDL from the full range of viewpoints that were available, and the assessment that's set out in the ES for Scheme 2 is largely applicable to this. The greater detail there was added for clarity, and obviously there are some slight differences in the nature of the impact due to the different schemes, but broadly speaking, everything written there can be applied to Scheme 1.
But we understand that now, but we wouldn't understand that looking at this particular document, would you? So would you want to withdraw your accusation that Dr. Middleton has misrepresented the detail?
I still consider it's perhaps an overstatement to suggest I haven't considered that, because I clearly make mention of locations outside the GDL.
No. Let's be absolutely clear on this. That's your identification of the setting and the various parts that make up the setting. Dr. Middleton's point is about you assessing the impact from viewpoints out with the GDL into the GDL, and you accepted a moment ago that your change box, where that would ordinarily be found, just doesn't mention it. And because your chapter in the environmental statement also doesn't mention it, Dr. Middleton can hardly be faulted for forming the view that you may not have done that. So he's not misrepresenting anything, because there is no detail. So that's why I'm inviting you, or giving the opportunity, to withdraw or at least revise what is said at 2.1 of your rebuttal precognition.
You will see in the change column that I refer to monuments as prominent elements of the skyline, and I believe that's a thing that's largely, or at least partially, experienced from out with the GDL. So I would maintain that although I don't explicitly state that I have looked at all the viewpoints, it is implicit in my wording.
Now, in terms of the assessment, obviously we've been through in some detail how one goes about a setting assessment for the earlier asset groups. In relation to the GDL, Dr. Middleton's making a more fundamental point that this is actually about a direct impact on the GDL rather than an impact on its setting, because setting effects are experienced when a development out with the GDL has an influence on the setting within the GDL. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's not really dealt with in any way I can see, maybe I've misunderstood, but do you accept that actually what you ought to have done is a direct assessment rather than a setting assessment, insofar as the GDL is concerned?
I believe the problem here relates to the conjunction of the managing change GDL guidance and the rules of an EIA, and actually the assessment of the direct impacts that are described in the managing change are included in my assessment of impacts on setting. The two assessments have become conjoined in the way I've presented it.
Well, if you'd explained that in your evidence, but that's the way you've gone about it. Just to be clear, though, the managing change guidelines do expressly identify the difference between the two. Can we look at 507, please, CD 507? So if we look at the section dealing with direct impacts on page 12, E12 also serves. It says that direct impacts are physical changes within the boundary of an inventory site. They might include changes to significant features, key views, or the character of the landscape. So there are different elements built into that assessment. Significant features of a garden and design landscape are likely to include both built structures and planting, including planting layouts or significant trees, blah, blah, blah. Many gardens and design landscapes have important views to, from, or within the site. These may include viewpoints where long views are available, related views between significant features within the site, and sequential views. So there's no dispute that even a direct assessment will include understanding the impact on views from out with the site.
Yes, that's true.
But there are aspects of a direct assessment, in particular changes in character and changes in significant features, which Dr. Middleton brought to the attention of the inquiry through her inquiry report, but which aren't obvious from, or at least very obvious from your ES assessment work. To put it another way, whilst you say that these issues were merged into what became a setting assessment, your setting assessment is very obviously driven by the impact on the views as drawn together into your overall table.
No, the impact on setting is partly to do with the views. The setting is about how you understand, appreciate and experience the GDL.
So if we look then, please, to paragraph 7.6 of your inquiry report. This is your response to the assessment carried out by Dr. Middleton. Is that right? And you refer to her topic paper, which is HES 3, not 11, as you indicated in your evidence in chief. Can I take you to that document, please, HES 3? At paragraph 40. Do you have that?
Could you confirm the paragraph number?
Paragraph 40 of HES 3.
Yes, I have that.
Now, I may be wrong in this, but am I correct in thinking that this is Dr. Middleton doing something which you didn't do for either of your 2015 or 2017 assessments, which is look at the change in character by express reference to the work identified in the public realm and landscape statement? In other words, she identified what she considered to be the character of the GDL and split that into three elements: the open views, which allow the natural landscape to dominate in this part of the city, the manipulation of the landform of Carlton Hill, and the historic control of planting in the vicinity of Hamilton Building, in marked contrast to other areas of the hill, in order to emphasise the monumentality of the Hamilton Building set against the rugged irregularity of the landform. I appreciate you will have taken aspects of those issues into account in your visual impact assessment of the setting of the GDL, but what you didn't do is analyse the character in the way that Dr. Middleton has done, and therefore what you've done in your inquiry report is to provide a response to that element of Dr. Middleton's assessment. Is that fair?
The ES for Scheme 2 contains this kind of assessment for the GDL as a whole. The the ES for Scheme 1 is obviously more summarised because
Yep.
it's presented in the table form.
And can we agree that insofar as the reporters are trying to get a handle on the impact on the Carlton Hill element of the GDL, this is a useful exercise?
It may be a useful exercise. I may not agree with all of the findings.
Well, quite. And that's what I want to just explore with you, if I may, relatively briefly, I hope. Insofar as open views are concerned, if we look at paragraph 41, now I'm not so much interested in the expression of opinion. What I'm really trying to do is build up an understanding of a common factual position so that the reporters can take that away. And so Dr Middleton says that on the southern side of Carlton Hill, looking across the Waverley Valley towards Holyrood Park, the buildings are set back along the contour, allowing open views of the natural landscape to dominate, creating the character of Rus and Urb, the illusion of countryside within the city. Now, I take it you don't take issue with the Rankin-Fraser analysis of what makes up the landscape character of of Carlton Hill, which they set out in their landscape and design statement.
I'm not sure I've ever read that document, so I can't confirm that.
All right. We better have that before us then, please. Give me 1 moment, sir. I'll just get the reference. Thank you. CD 192, and if you go to electronic page 6, there's a element of the document which is headed Rus and Urb. Do you see that? It's also the hard copy, page 6. Thank you. You see that?
I do.
And have you ever read this document before?
Yes, I believe I have seen it before.
It was put to Mr. Wright. Was that when you read it, or had you read it previously? In particular, had you read it before you prepared your assessments?
I don't recollect seeing it before I prepared my assessment, but again, it was in 2015, so I can't be certain.
Yeah. What about the 2017 assessment then?
I'm uncertain.
I'm sorry?
I'm uncertain whether
Right.
I read it then.
So we look at paragraph 217, where we're dealing with what's described at 216. In other words, critical aspect of Rus and Urb is that one, Rus cannot be appreciated by the other. And it's all about the juxtaposition. At 217, this definition is important to understanding Carlton Hill as a picturesque design landscape in its relation to the wider landscape, including Arthur's Seat. Sorry, in relation to the wider landscape setting, including Arthur's Seat. Its ability to accommodate change and the nature of what the change can and should be in order to retain and enhance its essential character. And then further discussion of what the concept involves. 222, this combination of building, topography and vegetation is reflected in a variety of ways on Carlton Hill, and that's explained further in the character analysis in section 3.6. Suffice to state here that the variety of natural and heavily modified landform of the hill has prompted a variety of different building types and forms, from a series of visually interrelated hilltop buildings and monuments sitting in open space to a long continuous terrace softened by trees to large individual buildings and so on. So there's no doubt, is there, from Rankin-Fraser's work, that they consider the Carlton Hill to be and reflect in its character a Rus and Urb. Is that right?
That seems to be the case, yes.
So that means that, would you agree that Dr. Middleton is correct at paragraph 41 to reference the creation of the character of a Russenor, the illusion of countryside within the city?
Yes.
Yes. And we don't see that concept discussed in your inquiry statement, as I see it at all. I may be I hope I'm not being unfair in that respect, but I don't think it's something you discuss in your evidence, is it?
I believe I haven't used the term recent urb, but I have talked about the illusion of countryside in the city. I can find that if you give me some time to look.
So your evidence is that that's what you're referring to when you use the term illusion of countryside in the city?
Yes.
And that's an important part of the character of the GDL in this area?
It's an important part of the GDL as a whole.
All right, thank you. So she goes on, this deliberate positioning of the Hamilton building allows the naturalistic landscape which sweeps from the top of Carlton Hill across towards Salisbury Crags and Arthur Seats to dominate and be perceived as one. This is a significant feature of this part of the GDL. No issue with that, I take it, other than presumably you'll also want to point out the blasting that was carried out to allow the Hamilton building to be constructed, which is an aspect that she goes on to consider later in this part of her report. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I'm a little lost where you
It's
are.
paragraph 41, I'm sorry. Paragraph 41, we dealt with the first sentence dealing with Rus and Urb, and I was looking at the second sentence of paragraph 41.
I would suggest that the experience of somebody walking in this part of the GDL, their experience of recent urb is largely to do with the opening out of the view towards Salisbury Crags, Arthur Seat, Holyrood Park.
From Waterloo Place, that we were visiting, or from Regent Road as well?
That view is largely experienced once you go around the bend. I'm not quite sure where the transition between the two road names lies, but obviously when you are on Waterloo Place, you can't see that view yet.
Yeah, but it's also apparent, of course, from the summit of Carlton Hill itself, overlooking the top of the Hamilton building out towards Salisbury Crags. So that's a viewpoint from within the GDL looking out.
Yes.
And it's also apparent the other way around, from Salisbury Crags and Carlton Hill looking over to the monuments on the top of Carlton Hill.
Yes.
Yes, all right. So there's no real issue with that aspect, as I understand it. If you look to the next aspect, the manipulation of the landform of Carlton Hill to permit the careful positioning of the buildings and the monuments in the landscape, that's page 15. A second important feature of the southern crags of Carlton Hill, paragraph 46, is the manipulation of the natural landform of the hill to allow for the careful positioning of the built structures in the landscape. As the 2015 Heritage Statement sets out, once the dramatic set of the monuments on the Athenian Acropolis were studied and appreciated, the architects of the National Monument and the Hamilton Building in Edinburgh could design their temples not as objects designed to enclose space, but as objects in space in which the positions of the temples were carefully contrived so as to be seen to best advantage. And I take it no issue with that.
No.
And essentially, Dr. Middleton agrees with much of the Design and Access Statement of 2017 about how this is a manipulated landform. In other words, it's an artificial terrace designed to emphasise the monumentality of the Hamilton building, but cleverly it's done in the wider context of a picturesque landscape setting. And again, that's an important and key aspect of the character of Carlton Hill in this area. Is that right?
Yes.
And in relation to the historic control of planting, it's page 17. The final important features is paragraph 52. is the historic control of planting in the vicinity of the Hamilton Building in marked contrast to other areas of the hill in order to emphasise the monumentality of the Hamilton Building set against the rugged irregularity of the landform. Now, that I think is in coincidence with your views on the matter, that this part of the GDL was deliberately rugged, if you like, because that helped to provide an immediate setting for the Hamilton Building in the context of the wider, more open landscape setting of Calton Hill. Is that right?
Yes, there's a combination of built form, which is the Hamilton Building, and also the retaining wall and the Belvedere.
Yeah.
And then the more rugged landscape beyond that.
All right. So at 53, the southern slopes of Calton Hill that form the backdrop and foreground to the Hamilton Building, particularly steep. The blasted rock face that was exposed above Regent Road following its creation, the building of the Hamilton Building has been softened with naturalised, dense, scrubby woodland and extensive areas of gorse. This semi-natural planting set on the steep, rugged slopes of the hills is an important element of the character of this part of the Newtown Gardens GDL, as illustrated in viewpoint 8A. And again, there's no real issue here. You and Dr. Middleton are at one, aren't you, in relation to this key aspect of the GDL?
My understanding is that the planting on the hill is more a result of lack of management of the site, and the original intention was for it to be a rugged hillside,
yeah, rather
than a green hillside.
And that's why Dr. Middleton is referring to the semi-natural planting. In other words, there is, over the years, what was once a blasted rock face now includes gorse and other vegetation on the slope. Is that right?
Yeah, yes, I'm not sure whether it's almost accidental growth means that it becomes an important element of the GDL.
All right.
Mr. McCarr, I'm getting quite close to needing a lunch break. How are you in terms of your...
I don't think I have very much to go. I'm hoping to finish before lunch if we can just keep going for 15, 20 minutes.
Okay.
If that would... It's up to you, sirs, but if
no,
you'd like to break now, I'm happy to do so.
I just wanted to check that it wasn't going to go beyond then.
No,
thank you.
I'm hopeful we can push on and get there. That's helpful in relation to the character. In relation to key views, at paragraph 4.4 and 4.5 of your inquiry report, you set out views that are specifically mentioned within the inventory description, but again, I take it that you don't have any real issue with the fact that Dr. Middleton has, whilst looking at all of the visualisations, as she emphasises in her rebuttal precognition, she's honed in particular on those which are of direct relevance to the Hamilton Building and its relationship to Calton Hill. That seems perfectly sensible, doesn't it?
It does seem sensible. But the assessment must consider the whole GDL, not just part of it. Yeah,
and Dr. Middleton explains in her rebuttal precognition that that's what she's done, and she sets out very clearly her methodology in doing so. Is that right?
I believe so.
And at 7:10 of your inquiry report, where you're again responding to Dr. Middleton's assessment, you say Dr. Middleton suggests that Scheme 2 causes significant change to some of the key views of Calton Hill, including those that allow the significant features and character of the design landscape to be best appreciated and understood. Experienced, appreciated and understood. You say, whilst it is evident that either Scheme 1 or Scheme 2 would result in a change to the character of views towards the southern slopes of Calton Hill from some vantage points, I believe it would remain entirely possible to understand the picturesque rationale that was applied to development of the Calton Hill area of the new town and how it contrasts with the more formal geometric approach that was adopted in other areas of the new town. So that's, if you like, a mirror. It's taking the same general approach that you've explained in relation to your setting assessment over into the GDL part of the assessment. In other words, you do accept there are areas where change would be experienced, but you tie that in back to whether or not the overall understanding is significantly diminished. That's what you're pointing out here. Is that right? And in that respect, you differ from Dr. Middleton's conclusions.
Yes.
Yeah. And therefore, insofar as there has been change, the nature of that change, whether it's adverse or beneficial and so on, that comes down to a question of professional judgment. Is that right?
Sorry, whether there has been change?
Yes. Well, the nature of any change that has occurred from key viewpoints, and whether that's adverse or beneficial, and what impact that has on the GDL, that's a matter of professional opinion.
Yes.
And for that reason, I don't want to go into all of the viewpoints. I'd be very pleased to hear. I'm sure the reporters will. But can we look, please, at viewpoint 10, Arthur's Seat? With the usual caveats about these visualisations, it might be best to go to the Mark Van Grieken visualisations in relation to viewpoint 10. And whilst we have this document in front of us, can we also just, for reference purposes, have the extract from the inventory that we looked at earlier? Yes, we're viewpoint 10.03. And the inventory entry is CD 541. And if we can go through each of the values from the assessment of significance where outstanding values have been identified, by reference to the visualisations, either for the 2015 or 2017 assessments, and I say that because would you accept that in essence there's not a great deal between these two schemes as experienced from Arthur's Seat, and that's because of the angle of view which tends to emphasise the eastern rather than the western wing, and the fact that in the 2017 scheme, the eastern wing reads in a very similar way as the 2015 scheme.
I would agree with regard to the eastern wing, the western wing. There's a substantial change in how it appears in this view between the two schemes.
So what I want to explore with you by reference to this viewpoint is whether there's been a change to our understanding of the GDL as experienced from this viewpoint. Now, in relation to the work of art, there is a change, isn't there, because the composition of the work of art has altered by the introduction of two large built structures in the immediate setting of the Hampton building, as we discussed this morning. That's a change, a noticeable change from this viewpoint, isn't it? We can leave aside any debate about whether that's an adverse or beneficial change, but that is, on any view, a change.
Yes, it is a change.
And it's a significant change, isn't it?
It depends what meaning of significance you're meaning there.
Right. Well, it's a noticeable change.
It is a noticeable change.
All right. In terms of the historical value, again, outstanding. Now, in terms of the history of this site, we established this morning that the gymnasium building had been there for, well, about 130 years. In that respect, again, there's an obvious change as experienced from this viewpoint because of the introduction of a modern architectural style in buildings that are of a similar scale on either side of the Hamilton building. So that, again, is an obvious change, isn't it?
The construction of the gymnasium.
The point I'm putting to you is that if we're understanding the history of this element of Carlton Hill and the contribution which the Royal High School site makes to that part of the GDL, the gymnasium block has been there for about 130 years. So it does form part of the historic understanding of that site, doesn't it?
It does form part of the historic understanding. It's, I don't think, relevant to the reasons why the GDL was designated under this category of historical value, that they're not comparable.
But yeah, well, nevertheless, if we're looking at the change in the viewpoint and understanding what that tells us, what the viewpoint tells us about the history of that part of Carlton Hill, the very fact that the gymnasium block has been there for 130 years is something that needs to be taken into account, isn't it?
Yes, the gymnasium is part of the current setting.
Yes, but it's been there for 130 years. It's part of the historical setting as well.
Yes, I mean, it's been there for that long.
Right. So if we're looking at the change in this outstanding value in relation to this part of Carlton Hill and the influence which the change will have, again, because of the fact that there's an introduction of modern architectural language, that is a noticeable change, isn't it?
I'm sorry, are we considering this with relation to the historical value of the site?
We're considering this in relation to the historical value of the GDL. And what I'm saying to you, the line that I'm putting to you, is that as one understands this part of Carlton Hill, an important part of Carlton Hill, the gymnasium block has formed part of the architectural history of this part of the Carlton Hill for 130 years. And that means that when you introduce very contrasting architectural language, there's a change to that value. Do you follow?
The introduction of the wings is a change. I don't think that would affect the historical value of the GDL as a whole. If you read what it says about the historical value, none of those factors are affected by the construction of the wing.
Again, opinions might differ about that.
They may differ, but the factors that are referenced here are not relevant to the understanding of either the construction of the gymnasium or the construction of the new wing. They're talking about horticulturalists and the overall design of the whole thing, and both of those elements are additions to the original design, which is what's being spoken about in this historical value.
Is this the value of outstanding here, under the heading of assessment of significance?
Yes, I don't see how either the gymnasium or the proposed development are relevant to the factors mentioned here.
All right, so you yourself don't think that the fact that the gymnasium building has been there for 130 years is relevant to the contribution which that part of the site makes to our understanding of the historical element of the GDL. Is that your position?
The gymnasium forms part of the history of the GDL. It's not part of the reason why the GDL is considered to be of outstanding value. So I think there's two questions that are getting confused there.
I acknowledge that, but the point I'm putting to you is that the change from a building that was been there for 130 years to a much more modern and deliberately contrasting architectural language, that's a noticeable change, and it's relevant to the assessment of this value.
It's a noticeable change. I don't think it's relevant to the assessment of this value.
All right. Do you take a similar position then in relation to the architectural element?
The proposals again, are causing a change, which would be experienced, but it doesn't disrupt understanding of the,
yes, that comes down to your
architectural design.
Apologies. That comes down to your opinion as to whether or not the change is detrimental or enhances, adverse or beneficial. What I'm taking from you, though, is that you do accept that there would be a change to the value as summarised in this part of the summary of significance. And that's because you're introducing a contrasting, or your clients would wish to introduce a contrasting architectural building. Is that right?
There would be some level of change to the architectural value, but again, if we think about the extent of the GDL and the relative scale of this change, whether that would affect the outstanding value of the entirety of the GDL, I think is very questionable.
Well, that relates to a different issue. I just want to be clear as to what aspects of value you accept would change. So you accepted that the work of art value would change. Not so sure about historical, as far as it relates to the gymnasium block at least. But in relation to architectural value, again, there would be a change, and there would be a debate as to whether that debate is beneficial or not. Is that right?
I don't think there would be a significant change to the architectural value.
All right. And lastly, then, the scenic aspects of value. Gardens are outstanding for the contribution they make to the Edinburgh townscape and providing a setting for the surrounding buildings and monuments. The views from or into many of the gardens are significant. And again, there is a change here, isn't there? And opinions may differ as to whether or not that change is adverse or beneficial.
Again, similar to the architectural point, there's a very small change to the overall scenic experience of the GDL as a whole, which is covering this vast area.
It's always possible to make that argument, isn't it, in relation to any change within the GDL. Because of the scale of the GDL, it's always possible to say, it doesn't matter, because it's a vast GDL. What I'm asking you, for reasons that we've explored in this element of the cross-examination, is to focus your interest on the Calton Hill area, for the reasons that we discussed in relation to the inventory, and in that respect, understand what changes as a consequence of your client's proposals. Now, in that context, I'm quite right, am I not, that there would be a change in this value.
There is a change to what you see.
Right. And that affects the value, or could do, depending on the nature of that change.
It could do. I don't believe this change would affect the value.
Thank you very much. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Mackay. We'll now break for lunch until 2 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you.
So could I just raise very briefly with you a question of future progress? Mr. Taverner, and I've raised this with two or three of my friends. Mr. Taverner is based, as you know, in the south of England. It seems to me, on a reasonable best estimate, that he will not be on before Monday. If there was agreement about that, he could be released to return for Monday morning. I should just stress that after this witness, who seems likely now to take much of the rest of the day, we have 2 architects and 1 landscape architect before Mr. Taverner. I do not see on current timetable and length of cross-examination a reasonable prospect that he'd be on before 10 o'clock on Monday, but I daren't release him just in case, unless there's agreement to that effect.
Anybody, any views on that? Mr. Thompson, you happy with that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, that seems sensible from the point of view of Professor Taverner's convenience. I'm just wondering about Mr. Collins. Would he be available this week in case we ran short, or is he problematic as well?
No, I'm not raising the issue of Mr. Collins. It's simply he's local. The difficulty is Mr. Taverner's based in the southwest of England.
I think the question was whether, if we did suddenly find we had more time, whether perhaps Mr. Collins could.
He is local, sir. As far as I'm aware, that should not be a difficulty.
Okay. All right. Any other comments from anyone on that suggestion from Mr. Steele?
I think the timetable, that looks utterly realistic, and it is not fair to have people sitting around on the prospect of the very unlikely prospect of them possibly only being here to give evidence in chief or whatever. It's not effective and it's not fair, so I'd endorse Mr. Steele's release of Professor Taverner at this point in time.
Okay. Well, that's agreed then, Mr. Steele. Not before Monday.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Anything else anyone wants to raise?
Yes, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Ms Tweedy. You won't need many documents, so you might just want to have them out just now. It's CD16, CD27, CD165, CD176, CD199, and CD502, along with your precognition and topic paper.
I have those documents.
Okay, splendid. I hope this is a relatively straightforward first question, but can we agree that the Carlton Hill element of the GDL is really quite important in terms of the GDL as a whole?
It's an important element of the GDL.
That's super, thank you. Could you have a look at CD16 and CD165 together, please? Paragraph numbers are 10.7.3 and 10.7.6 and 165.
Sorry, could you repeat those? I've got confused.
10.7.6 in CD165 and 10.7.3 in CD16. You mentioned at the end of 10.7.3 in CD16 that the classroom block and lunchroom, as you call it, buildings 2 and 3, are not mentioned in the listed building description, but in the later document, the 2017 ES, you say that they are included within the Category A listing designation only by virtue of curtilage. Is that because of Section 1, subsection 4B of the 1997 LBCA?
I would need to consult the Act to remember precisely what the wording of that clause is, I'm afraid.
Well, perhaps you could help me by advising me what the reason for the change in the wording was then.
The wording is changed for clarity, so the buildings due to their age are listed due to the date they were constructed. They're not mentioned in the inventory, which I think is the shorter version that I wrote in the first ES.
So we are not to conclude from your section 10.7.3 any suggestion that those buildings are not included even within the listing?
They are included within the listing due to the date of construction.
And that is the basis upon which you assess them?
Yes, and on the basis of the knowledge gathered during the project.
Have a look at your topic paper, please, at paragraphs 3.1 to 3.5.
have that.
And it might be handy at this point also to have managing change setting, which is CD 502, handy.
Okay.
If we look at your topic paper, that is where effectively you summarise the requirements and the guidings in managing change, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Could we have a look, please, at that document, CD 502, at page 5? And we find there, don't we, 6 what HAS calls key issues. Am I right to think that in your summary in your topic paper it is only key issue 4 that you mention?
Yes, that's the only one explicitly mentioned.
But for the purposes of the reporter's notes, can we agree that particularly issues 1, 2 and 3 are of relevance?
Yes.
If you turn over the page in CD 502 onto page 6, it explains what setting is. And pages 6 and 7 list 11 factors. Can we agree that all of those 11 factors are relevant to the reporter's report into these appeals?
Yes.
Could you help me, because obviously I appreciate that there is some overlap and reliance on Mr. Wright's evidence, but of those 11 points, could you tell me, please, on which do you rely on the evidence of Mr. Wright and which are informed by your own assessment?
My assessment covers these points where they're relevant.
I'm sorry, I thought we had agreed that all 11 points were relevant to the reporters. If there aren't any that are relevant, please say so.
The nature of the guidance is that all of these points may or may not be relevant to different degrees for each asset which is assessed. So depending exactly which asset you're referring to, some of these points may or may not be of greater or lesser relevance. That's what I meant there.
So just so that I'm clear and I'm understanding fully your evidence, the reporters can look at this document and these 11 factors that contribute to setting and rest assured in their consideration of the appeals that all of the 11 factors are relevant in some way and in different ways to their consideration of all 4 appeals.
Yes.
Could you tell me which of those 11 points were informed by Mr. Wright's evidence?
Do you mean covered by Mr. Wright's evidence? I'm not sure what you meant by informed.
Well, sir, there was quite a lengthy exchange yesterday about the extent to which Ms. Tweedy and Mr. Wright worked together. And as I understood Ms. Tweedy's evidence, she did not rely at all upon the HIA, in other words, Part 3 of Mr. Wright's evidence, but her assessment was informed by Parts 1 and 2 of that. So I was keen to understand, when she was looking at these 11 aspects, upon if she relied at all upon Mr. Wright's evidence when she was considering these.
Okay, thank you.
It's quite difficult to pull out the precise exact pieces of Mr. Wright's work which were used. Mr. Wright's work forms part of the background of understanding the site, along with my consulting of many other documents. And so there are some of these factors where Mr. Wright's work may be of larger relevance and some where it's not. I can go through each factor one by one if you would like. But
well, I kind of assumed that it would be quite easy, but if we're not able to extrapolate which factors were informed by Mr. Wright's parts 1 and part 2, then we can easily move on if that would assist.
Well, as anyone who's read Mr. Wright's work will realise, it's very lengthy, so there are a lot of points contained in there that are of relevance to my understanding of the site.
I think we'll move on in an effort to maintain some progress. Could you have a look at CD 27 and CD 176, please? And if you could look at asset group 19 in both.
Yes, I have that.
Okay, if we look please under in the middle column under the heading visual envelope, we see that there's quite a lot of additional text, and in particular it reads in 2017, intended to create an impressive entrance to Princes Street when approaching from the east, and to frame the vista towards Carlton Hill and the Nelson Monument when looking east along Princes Street. Although the buildings play an important role in creating the vista from Princes Street, they are not prominent features within the vista. But that's not at all included in the 2015 version, is it?
No, it's not.
And we don't see in the 2015 version any reference within the sense of place section in that middle column of prominent. In other words, they are not the prominent features of the vista, doesn't appear in 2015.
That's true.
And then if we look at asset group 18 on the preceding page, and we see again a substantial tranche, if you like, of new text under visual envelope, and that reads, the buildings form part of the Waterloo Place scheme designed to create a ceremonial entrance into the city and onto Princes Street. Waterloo Place and the buildings on either side of it frame the vista from Princes Street, which focuses on the Nelson Monument. So just so that I'm getting my bearings right, this is when you are travelling from east to west you're talking about.
The entrance to Princes Street is travelling from east to west. The view of the Nelson Monument is travelling from west to east.
So can we agree then, Ms Tweedy, that the approach to the city from the east and the approach from the city towards the Royal High School site from the west are both important?
Yes.
Have a look, please, at CD 199, could you? It's asset group 15. Beg your pardon, it's VP 4B. Can I just confirm, when you did your 2017 assessment, did you take these visualisations with you?
Yes.
So when we look at this view along Waterloo Place, and like you, I'm not quite sure where the two streets intersect, but can we see that the introduction of the western wing means that there is a change of character on that left-hand side of the street from a semi-rural one to an urban character?
I'm not sure the change would be enough for me to describe it as an urban character.
Well, can we agree simply for the moment that from that viewpoint, and I followed your evidence this morning, but simply from this VP, can we accept that at the moment the existing position is that there is no building visible at that VP on the left-hand side, but were the 2017 scheme to be built, then there would be a very much larger built structure occupying that space?
Yes.
And can we agree that this very much larger structure, in terms of that view looking along that, if I get my direction right, northern pavement, becomes a dominant feature?
There are perhaps three main dominant features: the new wing, Arthur's Seat, and also St Andrew's House.
Focusing just going along, if your eye travels along the northern pavement, can we agree that the dominant feature there would be the proposed wing?
I would suggest your eye is drawn to Arthur's Seat as the road bends around towards that location.
As your eye travels around towards Arthur's Seat, does it see anything before it reaches Arthur's Seat?
Yes, it sees a telephone box and the new wing.
If you go back to CD 16 and your table 10.2, or alternatively CD 165 and your table 10.3, it's your magnitude table that we're interested in. I don't mind which one you look at.
Sorry, difference.
Well, it's either, Mr. Steele, CD 16 or CD 165. It doesn't matter because I think the tables are the same, but it's a magnitude table. It's 10.2 or 10.3, depending upon the version you're looking at. And can we see there that your definition and your methodology of medium level of magnitude is a material change to the physical condition of an asset resulting in partial loss or some alteration of its character? I guess the answer is going to be no, but could we agree that the true level of magnitude in this VP, with the erection of the new wing, would in fact be medium?
I'm uncertain which historic asset you're asking me to assess the setting of.
Let's take it on Carlton Hill, shall we?
Okay.
So, if we were to take a medium magnitude of change, combine it with a high sensitivity, we would get a major moderate effect, wouldn't we?
Are we speaking about Carlton Hill as part of the GDL?
For a starter for 10, perhaps, let's assume it's the GDL.
Okay. If I was assessing this view in terms of the impact of the setting of the GDL, I would ascribe a low magnitude of effect. The key visual link here in terms of understanding the GDL, I would suggest, is the opening view towards Arthur's Seat, which remains present in the view.
Could we perhaps agree that the emergence of the wing blocks the view, at least in part, towards Arthur's Seat?
It blocks part of the view, probably not of Arthur's Seat, of a different hill in the background. I'm not sure precisely which one within the park it is.
If we look then at asset group 15, what magnitude and significance of effect would you give this effect?
As you'll see, I determined that there was an adverse effect upon the setting of St Andrew's House, and this view is one of the primary reasons why I did that, because the new development is in relatively close proximity to St Andrew's House.
And just so that I'm clear in understanding your methodology, your significance of effect of moderate, minor, adverse, is that significant within the terms of the EIA regulations?
No, it is not.
So does that fall into the neutral category? If you look at your report at paragraph 3.9, you say all those not considered significant were classified as neutral. Am I misunderstanding your methodology? And all I need to understand from this is that this is not a significant effect, in your opinion, in terms of the EIA regulations.
Yes, that's correct. It seems I should not have actually ascribed adverse in this situation, according to the rules of my methodology.
Well, that's a relief. In terms of the Nelson Monument, we won't spend a huge amount of time here because you were asked about it at some length this morning by Mr Mackay, but if you have a look, please, at Asset Group 26. And have open in front of you CD 199 and viewpoint 21B. First of all, again, we see that there's quite a lot of new text in the 2017 version compared to the 2015 version under the heading Change. You say at the end, the proposed development would not, however, have any effect upon the reveal of the monument at the location where Regent Road bends to the north at the western end of the former Royal High School site. Just looking at the VP 21, that kind of grassy, semi-natural area with trees will disappear largely and will be replaced instead by a fairly large wing under the 2017 proposal.
Yes.
So instead of a semi-natural rock face with shrubs surmounted by the Nelson Monument, there's a new building which cuts off the lower part, isn't there?
What we're seeing in this image is not the hillside. It's largely the planting that was put in the 1970s as part of the PSAS scheme. So it's not actually the hillside we're seeing in this image.
We have in the top picture a series of trees which may or may not have been planted in the 1970s, may be self-seeded, but at the moment the existing baseline is a series of trees in a kind of semi-rural environment where you can see a fair deal of the Nelson Monument from behind it, whereas if the 2017 proposal were to be consented, you lose the bottom two aspects of the Nelson Monument that you can see currently. And what I'm saying to you is that instead of, at the moment, having a series of trees surmounted by the monument, what you would have instead would be a new building cutting off the lower part of this Category A listed monument.
At this precise location, yes, that's the case.
And if we look at CD 199 at VP 16B, please. Instead of what is currently used as a car park, we would have a fairly substantial new structure where the playground is.
Yes.
And your conclusion is, in terms of this view, a magnitude effect as being low.
I'm not assessing this specific view. I'm assessing the setting of the Nelson Monument in the round, including assessment of all the viewpoints. So it's not based only on one view.
If we were to look at these two VPs that we've just considered just now, your assessment of the effect of the 2017 proposal is a magnitude effect of low. What I'm saying to you is that if your tables, which they do, define low as a slight but detectable change, do you think that is an accurate reflection of what we've just discussed in these two VPs?
In the case of view 21B, there is obviously a change in that view. But again, the information I've presented is assessing setting as a whole. It's not assessing any one specific view. That's not the way it works.
I understand that it's not one specific view, but I understand that one specific view forms part of your assessment. And what I'm saying to you is that in terms of that specific view, at least, it would be more accurate to describe the effect as being medium because it's a material change because of a partial loss and an alteration of character.
In the case of view 21B and the setting of the Nelson Monument, I would agree for this one view that definition would apply.
And in terms of this one view, and in terms of your matrix and your scoring methodology, if we had a medium magnitude effect, the overall conclusion would be one of major moderate significance and therefore significant in terms of the EIA regulations.
On this one view, which is not what my assessment assesses, a visual assessment would consider things on a view-by-view basis, and that's not what I'm performing.
I understand that, but obviously this view forms part of your assessment. And so therefore I'm just asking you about this particular view just now. I recognise and understand fully that there are other parts that have informed your assessment. But what I'm keen to explore and understand with you is your scoring in terms of that effect. And you have scored it as low. And what I'm saying to you is that those advising me suggest that a more accurate attribution of effect would be one of medium.
For view 21B.
Moving on now to asset group 5. Again, there have been some quite considerable changes in the text. If we look first at visual envelope under setting in the middle column, we see in 2017, that instead of the Tronkirk is framed at the centre of this view, which is what you see in 2015, you say the spire of the Tronkirk is intentionally framed at the centre of this view, forming an eye catcher. Just wondering if you could explain to me what physical changes have occurred in order to prompt this change in emphasis.
No physical change has occurred. It's purely a clarification of my own wording to try and make things more clear to the reader.
Then if we look under the change setting, we again see substantial new text. And you say that the intention is that the new building would blend with the hill, and you specifically direct us to some particular viewpoints. I wonder, instead of looking at them, I'm quite happy to look at them with you, but I wonder if we could also look at viewpoints 18C and 35 in CD 199, since that was what you took with you when you made your assessment.
Sorry, that was 18C, and what was the other one, please?
35, sir.
Thank you.
So as a matter of record, I can't find this anywhere, neither can those advising me, but what is the difference in AOD heights between the existing gymnasium and each of the proposed eastern wings, please?
I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, with apologies, I must prevail upon Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele, do you know which one of your witnesses would be able to assist with that question?
Well, I would sincerely hope the architect might be able to.
And presumably that would be Mr. Gibb.
Mr. Gibb, or Professor Murray, or Mr. Taverner, I think they will know the answer. The spot heights are marked quite clearly on various drawings. If it helps you, it's a metre or two.
When you have a look, please, at your two asset group descriptions, and you have a look at a VP 18C, can we accept that this proposed eastern wing sits at the western end of Regent Terrace on a main approach to the city centre and a main route out of the city centre?
Yes.
And if we look at VP 35, we get to see the existing gymnasium and we get to see the proposed wing. If you look simply at the height of the trees, we see quite clearly the difference in height in terms of this visualisation, don't we, between the existing gymnasium and the proposed block?
Yes.
And it's clearly higher, isn't it, than the existing gymnasium?
Yes, it is.
What was your overall conclusion in terms of significance of effect for VPs 35 and 18C?
Again, it's difficult for me to provide an answer to that question because I do not carry out my assessment on a viewpoint-by-viewpoint basis.
Well, if I could direct you to then CD27 and CD176, you conclude in both schemes that the effect in terms of 1 to 34 Regent Terrace would be moderate, minor, beneficial, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Could you confirm the distance of the setback of the proposed new wings in 2015 and 17 from the existing boundary, please?
Off the top of my head, no. I would need to consult a plan.
Could we just work on the basis that it is closer to the boundary than it is than the existing gymnasium?
That appears to be the case from the visualisations, yes.
When you undertook your assessment of the effects upon Regent Terrace, did you enter the garden of 1 Regent Terrace?
No.
That's helpful. Thank you, Ms Tweedy. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms Coburn.
Thank you, sir. Ms Tweedy, sometimes it happens that some of the questions you were going to ask get asked by other people. So I'm not going to go through the same issues about the methodology that you've adopted in any great detail because others have done that. I just want to look at certain views and discuss certain aspects of setting. So you will recollect that a moment or two ago, Ms Coburn took you to CD 502, Managing Change in Historic Environment Setting, and to page 6 of that document, and to the definition of setting, which you have set out a number of times already, that it is in part how a place is understood, appreciated and experienced. Now, would I be right in understanding that it might well be an emotional or intellectual response from the notional viewer, but it's something involving creating an event in their mind when they're viewing it?
That may be one way of understanding it, yes.
The reason I mention that is because I want to talk about the penultimate factor on the next page, and that is non-visual factors such as historical, artistic, literary, place name or scenic associations, intellectual relationships, e.g. to a theory, plan or design or sensory factors. Now, in your asset group tables, you provided an entry for non-individual factors, and perhaps it would be most helpful if you went to CD 27 to asset group 28. So if I understand correctly, and if our notes are accurate, that is effectively the Hamilton building. That's your asset group page for Scheme 1.
Yes.
And just out of completeness, you have a similar entry at CD 165, not CD 165, CD CD 178.
I believe it's 176, unless I'm mistaken.
You're right. I now have too many documents open on my screen. And in both of them, you have an asset group description. Let's look at the one in CD 176. The non-visual factors, you've listed the former Royal High School as one of the finest examples of Greek revival architecture in Scotland and the UK, designed by Thomas Hamilton, a leading early 19th century architect. The design of the Royal High School is based upon the Propylaeum, the entrance to the Athenian Acropolis. I'm not going to get into an argument about whether you can really get through it. Its situation in relation to the unfinished National Monument was a key to promoting the similarities between Carlton Hill and the Acropolis, and thus between Edinburgh and Athens, helping to cement Edinburgh's reputation as the Athens of the North. These buildings are an important example of successful expression of Greek revival architecture, particularly as Hamilton managed to appropriate and reinterpret architectural elements in a way which enables the existence of an impressive and yet fully functional school building. Now, what I wanted to ask you about is that is a tight summary of the building, and I suppose a first level layer understanding of the associations it has. But what about the idea that I think we discussed with Mr. Wright, that this was the opportunity of the city to spend its money on educating, admittedly its male young people, to be to a sort of Greek ideal that they would then step forward in society as part of an Enlightenment Edinburgh. That, you're not touching at that level of understanding, are you?
I have not specifically mentioned that, no.
And the reason I raise that is because how a building is used is an important aspect of the non-visual factors behind it, isn't it?
It can be, yes.
So you will be familiar with the situation that we understand that pupils of this school only ever pass through the portico on their graduation. And they pass down a particular set of staircases to reach the entrance on Regent Road. You understand that?
I do.
And similarly, pupils will enter through the Regent Road entrances but not travel up to the portico. They will enter lower in the building. And so the portico is a special place.
That seems a fair understanding.
Which means that most of the access to the building came from the west, past the lodge house, through the gates.
Yes.
So we have a building that has a way it was used in terms of accessing it. Now, you will have heard, as I think you were here at the time, a long series of discussions with Mr. Wright about the meaning of the road from Waterloo Place and which pavement does one stand on. And you, I think, summed it up rather well this morning, that you come round that corner at a certain point, things change. You not suddenly, but you move from being enclosed to open. Is that something you'd accept as a sort of general understanding of what happens as you go around that corner in landscape terms?
Yes, once you come past St Andrew's House, you become aware of the wider landscape, including Holyrood Park.
And so effectively you have on your left, you have Carlton Hill, whether it's intentionally wooded or rugged or not, it's on your left. There's the entrance to Carlton Hill Drive, there's the lodge. You can see some bits of the Hamilton building. You can see some horrible PSA trees, and then it opens out and it's Winnie Hill and Salisbury Crag and Arthur's Seat, and then the Old Town and the Crag and Tail. And that's the panoramic view that you would have there.
I'm not sure whether you can achieve one panoramic view that contains absolutely all of those elements. I would have to actually physically go there to check that. But yes, broadly speaking, that's correct.
I'm not attempting to do a viewpoints analysis in LVA terms. I'm just imagining that you stood there and turned your head from that side to that side. And you might have to turn your head to make the full view. But it's a point of interest, or a crucial point, as Mr. Wright said.
Yes.
And would you agree that part of the reason, but by no means the only reason it's an important point, is it is the connection where the road from the city reaches the school from the point of view of most people going to the school? Sorry, could you repeat the question? It's the point where, if you're coming from the city, from the new town or the old town, like the boys were supposed to do, not just from one half or the other. You would come along Waterloo Place, you make your way round that curve. Doesn't matter whether you stay on the prison side or the hillside. You get there, and you've arrived, and the school is there. And the school, you see it on its side view, on its flank, but its front is looking out over that amazing view we've talked about.
That's what you would experience, yes.
And so that, I have to say, not particularly tightly defined description I've just given, is part of the non-visual understanding of this particular listed building, isn't it?
Yes, I'm not sure how closely it ties with the ideas that are set out as non-visual factors in the guidance.
Let's explore that a little bit further. So you understand that it has a relationship to the Propylaea in Athens. Propylaea in Athens.
The Hamilton building?
Yeah. And yet we always accept that it's not a direct entrance. And the Propylaea is a building that sometimes is appreciated at distance and sometimes is appreciated up close. You'd accept that?
Yes.
And in order to appreciate the Propylaea in Athens, one has to make a series of radical turns to cross in front of it in order to get to the final staircase and head up through the entrance portico.
Having not visited Athens, it's difficult for me to comment.
All I'm trying to get across, and it maybe we go back to Stark, and I don't really want to go there again because it took ages before, but the idea that this is a building that is not simply appreciated from St Anthony's Chapel. It is appreciated in the way you discover it as you arrive from the city, whether you're a schoolboy, or whether you're a teacher, or whether you're a parent, or whether you're actually going to a nice house on Regent Terrace and just passing on the way in your carriage. It's all a partial reveal. You come to this point, and it's more than simply standing on the other side of the valley and admiring it as a piece of landform. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it's a building that's appreciated close to and far away.
Thank you. I'd like you to look at CD 31, please. And view 20... Sorry, I'm going to get... CD 31, yes, I must look at the right one. CD 31, and if you could turn to view 27. (27A), and if you also have available the design and access statement for Scheme 1, CD 42. Now, Scheme 1 design and access statement is a beautifully made document, and for you it'll be one volume, but for those of us electronically, the part I'm looking at is CD 42. Perhaps if you could start in the design and access statement. There are numbers on your copy, they're very small in the corner, and I'm looking if I can read it, and I think page 58, page 69. But for those of us on a computer, it's electronic page 12. So what we have is an architect's rendering of, so page 69 of that volume. Yes, you've got it there in front of you. And then also you'll have 27A because that's the visualization of CD 31.
Yes, I have.
Got all that. Right. Now, what I want to put to you is that it looks, and we will ask the architects about this, but I mean, you were in the same team as them, that they were trying to create a new urban realm at this location.
Would appear to be the case from this drawing, yes.
At this point, I have to make a mea culpa. I suggested that the expression "a tower of civic presence" was invented by Mr. Gibb 2 days ago, and of course it wasn't invented by Mr. Gibb. It turns out it's invented by Mr. Wright. But the point is, it's a tower of civic presence or a new urban realm. It doesn't matter which. But it sits there in this crucial view, and you would accept it's quite a large building from this point of view.
At this location, yes.
And you'll see on the next page, the page back, this is page 68. Again, I will ask the architects, but there seemed to be some idea of the inspiration that lies behind it in terms of curved end buildings in the new town with pilasters. Do you see that?
Yes.
Thank you. Right. Now, what I want to ask this is, if we look at either if we look at 27A, because we look at the visualizations, so we're absolutely looking at something that's supposed to be proper. Bearing in mind that part of the understanding of this building is how you approach it from this direction, it is no longer possible from this direction, and not just this view, but this whole direction, to understand the relationship between the city and the Royal High School, because somebody has put a tower of civic presence in the way. Would you accept that?
In visual terms, it's not possible to understand the relationship between the rest of the city and the school from this location at the current time either. That will not be affected by the proposed development.
Okay, let's look at the previous image. So it's 27A up the page from the rest of us. To return, this is the before image. And you'll see there's a lot. The lodge is there, and you see a PSA tree at a funny angle in the middle.
Yes.
And you can see there is the western wing of the Hamilton building just behind that tree, peeking out at one side.
Yes.
Now, I'm sure the reporters, well, I've already asked them to go here, so the reporters will end up here at some point, I fear. And are you asking us to accept, or them to accept, that you cannot at this point understand the relationship between the Hamilton building and the city as it currently is?
From this location, you can't see the rest of the city. If you travelled slightly further around the road, you would have that broader view, which includes the Old Town and the wider view of Holyrood Park, and that would be a better location to understand the relationship between the school and the town.
But this is about non-visual factors, and earlier on you agreed that we're thinking about these issues in the mind of the beholder. So this beholder has travelled down this road. They know where the city is. They're not a goldfish, so they don't forget what's outside the images. And you've told us, if I understand the regulations correctly, that you don't assess these images setting by image by image. You look at the whole thing. So what I'm putting to you is that as a consequence of this dominant building, which I think is something you accepted earlier on, being built, the understanding of the connection between the Waterloo Place approach from the city and the Hamilton building is lost. Now, given what you've said, that strikes me as something you should accept, but of course it's a matter for you. So what's your attitude to that issue?
Insofar as you can understand the relationship between the school and the rest of the town from this location, which is not easy to understand because you can't see the rest of the town, obviously you may have that awareness in your head. You can also, if the proposed development was constructed, you can still see the Hamilton building beyond the proposed development, and you still have an understanding of what you're approaching. So I don't think that it's fair to say that that can no longer be understood.
Now, I'm just going to go back to 27A. So these architects seem to be telling us, and I'm sure they will before the end of the week, they've attempted to create a new urban realm, a new place, somewhere to visit. And are you saying that it's possible to understand what's behind that, to know that that is, what was the expression you used in your asset group? Or perhaps what's in the World Heritage Crisis Assessment, the leading example of Greek Revival buildings in the city? Or possibly international, you know there's an international Greek Revival building behind that. Are you saying that you understand that when you come there? That's your thought. Well, I'm nearly there. I'm just going to get the Tower of Civic Presence out of the way. Is that the position you're giving to the reporters?
I believe with the proposed development there, you would have a better ability of understanding that if this is a site you've never visited, because you can see the Hamilton building, albeit beyond the proposed development. Currently, if we look at the 27A view, the lodge is obstructing that view, and you have no real sense other than the boundary walls of what you are approaching.
Okay, let's go back to the previous view. So we have on the previous view a Greek revival style. Someone's called it Tempietto and someone says it isn't. But the point is it's a building that respects, we know, the architectural styles of the Hamilton building. It's sitting next to gate posts and wrought iron. We can see a building in the distance. We can see a rural setting. And we know what Stark thinks about seeing buildings from the flank and having gradual reveals in a picturesque setting. I think I'm putting to you that at this point you're drawn in. You want to go further. You want to explore. You want to find out what's around the corner or what's over the hill. But that's not true for 27 once it's built, is it?
I would find it more appealing to continue my journey if I was in the second version of 27A, because I can see the Hamilton building on its rise, and I would want to travel there and see what was at the top of that slight slope within the site.
You travel up the slope, and do you remember the picture of the staggering solicitor that we had before? What's the number? 272. If you could turn to CD to get 272 in front of you. I know. Now, if we look at 272, I think there was discussion on Monday with this, and I don't want to go into any great detail, but you get up this slope and you reach the northern portico. That's not the Royal High School as advertised, is it? That's not the main portico.
No, it's not.
So let's go back to the junction. Let's go back to the new urban realm and CD 131 and go round and follow down Regent Road. And I would like you to go to image figure 13.92 in CD 131, which is view 27B.
Do you mean 031? Or?
Thank you, sir. No, I mean 13.92, 031, yes, sorry, 031. So in 27B, we see the Hamilton building. So we don't see the Hamilton building at all. We see the Tower of Civic Presence on the left. Now, I accept this is Scheme 1 and it's smaller in Scheme 2, but I think the point is the same. We can't at this point see the Hamilton building, can we?
No.
So even if we thought we knew where it was a moment ago, we've now lost our connection to it. That's correct, isn't it?
Temporarily, that may be the case, yes.
Temporarily. Let's go on a little bit further to the next image, which is 27C. And 27C seems to... we seem to now have the Hamilton building emerging, don't we? So now we've found it.
Yes.
So we've had to walk past the Tower of Civic Presence.
Yes.
Let's go back to 21, because I think we're now going to walk backwards down this pavement if it's not unsafe to do so. So we'll go back to 21C, which is the Nelson Monument. And at this point, what, in terms of non-visual factors, happened in this image for the best part of a decade in the 1980s and 90s?
I understand it was the location of a Scottish nationalist group.
Well, I'm going to take that one. No, it wasn't. It was the location of the campaign for the Scottish Parliament, an organisation which, I hope I'm not wrong, at one point the SNP boycotted. But there we are.
I beg your pardon, I was quite young at the time.
But the point is, it has some intellectual relationships and historical associations. You'd accept that?
Yes, although apparently not for me.
I appreciate that. Well, again, we've discussed that already, in the sense that even if some of us in this room don't have historical associations, it doesn't mean they're not there.
Indeed, that's the case.
So let's walk backwards down this road, carefully avoiding parked cars, and look at 21B, which you've just been shown briefly. And I'm just doing this for continuous because I think Ms. Coburn's already shown you this. So we'll walk past this. I won't ask you any questions about 21B. Let's go back to 21A. Now, I'm simply referring to this because Mr. Mackay asked you about the setting of the Western Pavilion. And he didn't show you this image. And I'm showing it to you, and I'm asking, does not this, the Western Pavilion in this image, dominate, if that was the right word, dominate the Western Pavilion of Hamilton's original scheme?
It causes a change in the background. There's also other detrimental factors which are due to St Andrew's House being present in the background there.
Okay, let's look at the image, the before image above. So if we look at the before image, in addition to a wonderfully badly placed street lamp, we have the squint PSA tree we were talking about, viewed from the other side, and we can see through the arch in the curved wall. So we know that there is something behind there. After all, I suppose that's what garden curved walls are for in these sort of buildings. And then if we look at the after image, there's something green above the wall, which I think turns out to be planting. And we have a building. So your position is that that's not a detrimental change to the setting of that part of the Hamilton building?
It causes a visual change, but it's still possible to understand the different elements of the Hamilton building clearly. You can readily distinguish the new wing because of the materials and the architectural style that are used.
I know you're not going to agree with me, but I have to put this to you. What we have here is a clashing, different architectural style placed behind a Grade A listed building that is so important it gets mentioned specifically in the nomination document for the World Heritage Site, and you see that as a positive.
I think saying I see it as a positive is perhaps overstating my case. What I'm saying is it does not harm your ability to understand and appreciate what's going on here.
I think I need to take that up, challenge you briefly on that. I've got the impression over the last, well, today, and indeed, unfortunately, due to yesterday's excitements, Monday, that you see the most important part of your assessment of setting as to be what I would describe as a mechanical assessment of, can I read that that building is there, and that building is there, and that piece of landscape is there. But the what's in between doesn't seem to matter quite as much to you.
The nature of what lies between would have an effect, but as I think I've already explained, because it is very easy to read the difference between these two elements, I think that that reduces the kind of impact that you're experiencing here.
You will remember that you assessed the impact on the Nelson Monument from further up the street as adverse.
I believe that may have happened this morning, yes.
Yes. I don't want to go back to it, but we can accept that. So that was because you couldn't see the bottom of the Nelson Monument because there was a Tower of Civic Presence in the way, isn't it?
Yes.
So here we can't see the sky above the portico of the Western Pavilion for the same reason, isn't it?
Yes, but it's already backclothed against St Andrew's House, so it's not a feature of a skyline. It's not really a skyline because it's too low, but the change is not really the same nature.
Ultimately, it's a matter for the reporters and I suppose the ministers, but above that portico, not St Andrew's House.
There is certainly a portion of St Andrew's House above the pavilion.
Okay. Now,
No, I was not.
We've lost your volume, Mr. McIntyre.
sorry. Reporters may recollect on site visit, somewhere near the inappropriately placed street lamp, Mr. Gibb pointed out the positioning, as it were, of the new building and the Nelson Monument. If you stand much closer to the Hamilton building on that pavement near the ticket machine and the street light, I'm just wondering, as you've assessed this building and the setting issues, other than by views, have you done more than simply look at the views? Have you also looked at the drawings as you've walked around?
Yes, to the best of my ability. I'm not an architect.
And neither am I. And so, would you accept that if one does go closer to the building or into the gap between the Western Pavilion and the Western Wing, the new building reduces the visual prominence of the Nelson Monument, doesn't it?
I believe it would. I think the Nelson Monument may well be hidden by the Hamilton building anyway at that location, if I've understood where you mean correctly.
I'm suggesting the location where that doesn't happen, so past the Western Wing, but before the Western Pavilion, there is a gap.
Sorry, I see where you mean now.
So would you accept that in that location, there's a risk of the new building, or possibly even a certainty, reducing the visual prominence of the Nelson Monument because it cuts out the bottom part of it, or possibly a substantial part of it?
In that specific location, yes.
Okay, now, I'm just going to collect my notes together because, of course, some of these questions were asked by other people, and I want to make sure I don't miss anything. I want to return to the idea of a small impact on a large area is never major, which isn't quite a fair description of what you've been saying. So I'm going to try and break it down. In the discussion of the GDL and other aspects of the World Heritage Site and these listed buildings and the monuments, I've got the impression from you that you take the view that because a change is perhaps small when you look at the broad area, the wide area, that does not make it major. Is that something I'm wrong to have understood from what you said, or am I exaggerating? And how would you, as it were, repeat it back to me in the way you'd like it to be phrased?
I would say that's a slight oversimplification of what I've been trying to express. If we take the case of the GDL, we would need to consider the reasons why it has been designated. And the proposed development is affecting, firstly, a small area, but it is also not affecting our understanding of the GDL as a whole. I suppose its integrity and the reasons why it was designated, they are not being significantly affected.
So if I understand it correctly, in assessing the impact of something upon a designation, we need to ask ourselves why the designation, and then we need to ask ourselves whether the change made affects that why. Is that what you effectively is the substructure of what you're saying?
Yes, we need to consider why the asset was designated. We then need to consider the relevance of the setting of the asset to its importance. So there are cases where the setting of an asset would make no contribution to the reason why it was designated. I'm not sure there are any in this particular case, but that does happen. So you must consider why the setting is relevant and then consider the nature of the change.
Could you have CD 485, the full version of the nomination document for the Old and New Towns of Edinburgh World Heritage Site, and perhaps turn to page 108. Those of us on electronic, it's page 109. Now, this document, have you seen this document before?
I believe I looked at it some time ago, yes.
And did you look at the description of this particular public monument, the Royal High School?
Yes.
And you're aware that the authors of this, which was of course approved by ICOMOS, were of the view that it's the noblest monument of the Scottish Greek revival and perhaps the single building which most justified Edinburgh's epithet of the Athens of the North. You understand that?
I do.
So to go back to non-visual factors in setting, even a moderate change to this building in terms of the non-visual factors and what it says about what this city and what this country thinks about its heritage as Athens of the North is significant, isn't it?
Non-visual factors are one element of setting, so the effect on non-visual factors does not equate to a significant impact on setting.
This building has a huge amount of meaning beyond what you can see in a visualization. And this scheme makes lots of changes to that meaning, doesn't it?
This scheme will, as far as I understand it, prevent this building from falling down. So I think change may be necessary.
I think that may be an oversimplification, but I think what we'll do is I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McIntosh. How are we? Mr. Innes, are you expecting to ask some questions? Do you know how long you might be? Let's take a break now until past.
Good afternoon, Ms. Tweedy. Could I ask you to go back to your favourite document, CD 502, which is Managing Change in the Historic Environment?
Yes, I have that.
Yeah. And in terms of a document, this is a document which essentially provides advice in relation to the consideration of setting issues over a very wide range of cultural heritage assets. Is that right?
Yes.
And the approach that has been taken in managing change is effectively to establish principles that may be applicable to the setting of different heritage assets. Would you accept that?
Yes.
And insofar as we have advice, we've got the key issues, and then we get to what is setting, and it says that it's our ability to understand, appreciate and experience those assets. Those general terms, understand, appreciate and experience those assets. That's what's set out as setting. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in those terms, what we understand, it is in a cultural heritage context that those terms are being used, isn't it? It's not as necessarily a layperson, it's in the context of having an understanding of the cultural heritage issues that we face.
Yes.
Yes. So it's an informed assessment based on knowledge. Now, insofar as we get to this section 2, this isn't a list of what will apply. They're all potential factors which might be applicable to understanding factors which contribute to setting.
Yes.
And in relation to some assets, the position may be relatively simple as to what constitutes the setting of a particular asset.
Yes.
And insofar as that's concerned, it may be a relatively straightforward matter in assessing the context and being able to assess change in that particular matter.
Yes, change in how it affects the reasons for designation.
And insofar as this particular site is concerned, and I am talking almost entirely in my cross-examination about the setting of the Royal High School, and therefore, just to give you context, but one of the things that is quite unusual about the assessment that you have to do of the Royal High School is how many layers of what contributes to setting are present in the context of the Royal High School. Would you accept that?
Yes, it's relatively unusual.
Yeah. And effectively, we've got absolutely tiers of almost every aspect of the factors which contribute to setting being engaged by this particular project and by this particular assessment. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And in one aspect is it may be views from within an asset outwards over the key elements of the surrounding landscape, such as a view from a principal room or house or a roof of a terrace, is essentially one of the factors that may contribute to the setting of a particular building. Do we see that? It's the third hash down on page 7.
It's one factor that may be relevant, yes.
And insofar as the viewpoints are concerned, we have no views taken internally from the site, do we?
No.
So does that mean if there are no viewpoints that you have chosen within the site to reflect your cultural heritage setting, that as far as you're concerned, there is nothing on site which views on site which contribute to the setting of the Royal High School?
As a school building, I would not consider views out from the building to be of particular importance to the building's setting.
But insofar as I might be on the western playground and being able to look up at the western elevation of the high school, is that not part of us looking at the setting of the building?
Yes, it's one element of setting.
Yes. And insofar as that element might be relevant, there is no evidence before the inquiry that you have undertaken any assessment of the setting of the building when it's on site. Is that correct?
There are a number of viewpoints from the road immediately outside which would equate somewhat with the view from the western playground.
And insofar as how change might occur through the development of the site, you haven't sought to illustrate how change actually on the site may influence views within it, have you?
As far as I know, there are no such views, but we did agree the set of views that we have with the Council and presumably Historic Scotland also.
It's very helpful, but the point is that you're giving evidence here to public inquiry about setting issues. You may have agreed whatever you want with anybody. I'm quite entitled to ask you, in your professional view, are there views on site that have a bearing in terms of understanding the setting and how the school buildings are placed?
Yes.
And internally within the site, are there architectural details which have been specifically designed by Hamilton to ensure that the buildings relate to each other? Yes?
The buildings of the high
school? High school, yes. I'm only talking about the high school and nothing modern, okay, at this stage.
Yes,
yeah.
The parts designed by Hamilton are designed together, so...
And insofar as there are internal changes within the site arising from development, those matters are not matters which you've assessed?
They have been assessed in terms of direct impacts.
Okay. But not for setting reasons, like a view of the how it relates, only direct?
Yes.
Insofar as your assessment was concerned, you've described that you've used the visualisations contained within the landscape and visual, or townscape and visual chapters of the environmental statement. Are those the only visualisations that you have used?
Yes, along with my own site visits and exploration of the town.
And insofar as there are any limitations with those visual images, were you able to influence the location from where any of these images were taken?
That falls out with the scope of my work.
But if I were a professional advising a client and was given, for your perspective, from a cultural heritage perspective, a Duff viewpoint, is it not within your competence to go back and say, I see this viewpoint you've selected, but it doesn't really show me the particular aspect of the development I need to assess in carrying out my assessment on this setting of the building?
Theoretically, that is something I might comment on, yes.
Now, so in terms of what factors contribute to setting, it is, would it be fair to say that the guidance adopts what might be described as a fairly holistic view in looking at the asset and around against what may be a whole range of factors?
Yes.
And in terms of environmental assessment, the purpose of environmental assessment is to seek to try and find whereby we might find the main effects that a particular project may have on the environment, including cultural heritage. Is that correct?
Yes.
And one of the purposes of that exercise is that it should be done in an objective manner, insofar as it can, and that the baseline information is set out so that the process is transparent.
Yes.
And as part of that process, one would expect to see at least what factors contribute to setting and the value being placed on it would be a fairly key component part in terms of the baseline in assessing setting. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Part of that assessment process, as you say, is going around the site, understanding the changes that are likely to occur and where they're going to be positive and where they're going to be adverse and where they might be neutral. Yes?
Yes.
And unless you set that out, the response of I've done an assessment in the round is not transparent in the sense of we do not understand where the balancing has been done between the negative and the positive aspects of setting.
Yes, although it's important to also consider which elements of the setting are the most important, not only how many positive and negative effects there are.
Because in any assessment, particularly of this type, there are going to be quite a few professional judgments which other parties may disagree with. And insofar as they disagree with a judgment, if the process is done transparently, they may say, well, I can understand where we've got to the difference on this because you've placed a significant weight on this, or you find that view neutral where we consider that negative. And if we've got that level of transparency, that is when people can actually come into the whole process and say how we reach differences. Do you see that process operating?
Yes.
Equally, in terms of what factors contribute to setting, do we see matters such as current landscape and townscape context? Yes?
Yes.
And yesterday, or was it possibly even the day before, you suggested that doing a townscape assessment was not part of your professional remit. Is that correct?
Townscape assessment is a separate methodology. So, yes, I need to understand the current townscape to some degree as an element of setting. I don't need to understand it in the same way as someone conducting a townscape assessment.
Because I suggested that actually what this guidance actually suggests you do is the baseline. I can understand how you might subtly nuance stuff in the assessment process, but the baseline is the baseline. What is the current landscape or townscape context of this asset is something which I would suggest is utterly dealt with also in the townscape assessment, isn't it?
Yes, it's not assessing the same thing, though.
Well, it may not be, but shall we say that in terms of assessment, in the terms of baseline, I don't think this guidance in any way suggests that I've got to go and find somebody with unique skills in only doing assessment of setting to be able to come to a view about what the current landscape and townscape context is. Do we? Is that what you're suggesting, that you have unique and special skills in carrying out this type of assessment, which is different from somebody doing a baseline assessment of current landscape and townscape context?
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that townscape is one element of setting.
And in relation to other matters, when we get on to essentially undertaking the assessment exercise, stage 2 is the definition analysis, and we see there that there may be elements that come into play about unique aspects of appreciating and understanding historic asset or place.
Yes.
Yep. What I could suggest to you is that if one looks collectively at this series of matters, that the vast majority are visual until one gets to the last couple of bullet points about factors that contribute. And in essence, they are all either landscape or visual until you get to non-visual factors. Do we see that in terms of what factors contribute?
I wonder if my friend can give the reference. I believe it's at page 7,
yep.
the last 2 dash points. It may be the witness is getting a little tired, so I'm not sure she's following that precise reference.
Page 7, first column, last bullet points, the start of the non-visual factors, with a non-visual factor and then a sense of place. Do you see that?
Yes, I do, yes.
What we see, therefore, is above, if you read it collectively, is the relationship with other features, both built and natural in the first instance, may well be a visual landscape one. Would you understand that?
Yes, it may, in a broader context, it may also be about understanding the topography. That's not necessarily relevant in this case, but in some situations it would be a broader understanding of the landscape.
So, for example, if we take this instance, the Royal High School has a visual relationship with the National Monument. That we see that from the photomontages. There's a visual relationship, yes?
From several locations, not all locations, but yes.
Yeah. And what we would then figure in the non-visual factors is how the non-visual factor to that relationship is that this is all a designed landscape with a grand plan. Yes?
Yes.
In that respect, effectively, those non-visual factors are adding in extra detail and knowledge to understand further, in certain circumstances, what might also need to be taken into account. It's an additional factors that may need to be taken into account. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when I actually get to stage 3, which is the evaluation section, it then says, again, factors, on second column, factors to be considered in assessing the impact of a change in the setting of a historic asset or place include, and always slightly worried when you see the word include, because it usually means that it's not exhaustive. These are essentially a list of matters which they've identified as relevant, but there may be more. Is that right?
Yes, that may be the case.
And if we see there a list, key views, now that's essentially a visual matter. Next one, whether the proposed change would dominate or detract. So those are 2 tests that we're looking for, domination or detraction. Yes? Page 10.
We're on page 10 now.
Yes.
Yes, I think we're on the same page, aren't we?
Yes, I am on the same page.
ability to understand and appreciate the historic asset. So that's, again, you don't need to dominate. It can be a distraction that can also be the adverse effect on setting. Yes?
I'm unsure what you mean by distraction.
We'll move on. It's not for me to debate with you about what meanings are. I'll move on. In terms of the next bullet or hash, it's the visual impact of the proposed change relative to the scale of the historic asset or place and its setting. So that's a visual impact assessment of the proposals having regard to the historic asset, place and its setting. Yes?
Yes.
Visual change. The next one, again, is the visual impacts of the proposed change relative to the current place of the historic asset in the landscape. So that's essentially understanding the change that occurs and how that impacts upon the relationship between the asset and the landscape.
Yes, and how that's relevant to understanding its setting.
And it then goes on to identify that the present extent and character of the scale of the existing built development within the surroundings may also be relevant, and how the proposed development compares to this. That would be a townscape fit in this context, or a landscape fit where landscape might be also relevant. Is that right?
Yes.
And we then go on to see a bullet point that might be relevant. The magnitude of proposed change relative to the sensitivity of the setting of an asset, and then it puts another bullet point. Sometimes relatively small changes or a series of small changes can have a major impact on our ability to appreciate. So that's, again, we're now into appreciate and understand a historic asset or place. Do we see that?
Yes.
And it then lists a series of 3 things about what we should be particularly careful about considering in that context. So the first thing that you have to do is the ability of the setting to absorb new development without eroding its key characteristics. So that's a sensitivity analysis has to be undertaken first, and then you assess the magnitude of change that might occur in that context, yes?
Yes.
Then we've got to understand the next part might be more ethereal in the sense it's the effect of the proposed change on the qualities, and that includes historic past, sense of place, cultural identity. So it's not just physical, that's perhaps a contextual analysis to setting, yes?
Yes.
And thereafter, any cumulative impacts. But doesn't this all just point the picture that where one has a very complicated set of potential impacts, how important that they are all properly articulated and listed to ensure that we can understand how you've reached a balancing exercise in the round. Does that? We've covered a lot of topics, some with requiring quite a lot of specialist analysis, and that really re-emphasises the need for this very clear analysis to be presented.
Yes.
We're walking again. I'm going to try to do this first walk through relatively swiftly. And again, I'm coming up the hill, heading to the school along with the others. And I'm going to just look at the current context. At the current context, essentially, I reach the site from the west. And my first site is I will see the Gate Lodge. Is that right?
Currently, yes.
Yes. And just before I reach the Gate Lodge, will I see a glimpsed view, being fair, we're on this northern side, a glimpsed view of the temple roof?
I would need to consult a visualisation to be absolutely certain, but a small glimpse may be possible, yes.
And equally, as I've passed the essentially as I pass the Gate Lodge and look eastwards, again, that I get a view of both, I get a very clear view of the temple past the Gate Lodge, can't we?
I'm not sure that's the case. I think there's another classroom block which is against the retaining wall, which continues to disrupt that view somewhat.
But can we be agreed that if I look down the access track, I can see effectively the access to the site. I can see the temple and its outline and profile.
A very broad impression might be achieved, yes.
But just giving my first or your first impression, as I reach the site and see the Greek Revival gatehouse, can we perfectly be clear that sets a 19th century marker?
Unclear what you mean by a marker, but it's at the entrance to the site.
Yeah. Now, insofar as your experience in other work you'll be very familiar with, gatehouses are not an unfamiliar type of structure, are they?
No.
No. And equally, they tend to denote the presence of a larger or more important building towards the end of if it's a gate lodge, towards the end of the gate that it's beside. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Yeah. So, insofar as the current situation is concerned, if I walk from that gate lodge round Regent Road on that north side, right round to Regent Terrace, would you agree that the character of the built development is almost exclusively of that 19th century character?
Yes.
And insofar as there are 20th century intrusions, they are relatively small and do not significantly detract from that character.
Yes, broadly speaking, there's some very insensitive road markers and other such items, but yes.
And if we travel from the easterly direction, say starting from Regent Road and possibly a few hundred yards easterly of Regent Road, well beyond viewpoint 35, we're further east. That whole north section, if I'm walking westwards along Regent Road, I've got landscaping, but I do see glimpsed views of Regent Terrace, don't I, above?
Sorry, which way are we walking?
We're coming from, we're saying about 200 yards, say, further east from viewpoint 35 on the north side of Regent Road. Beyond the site to the east.
Coming back up the hill.
Yeah. Yes.
From
the other side. I'm coming from the east side, not the west side that we've been talking about. We're coming a new entry to the site. We're coming from the other side this time. Yes.
Yes, I understand where you are now. Yes.
Yeah. And if I look northwards, the character of the area, everything smacks of 19th century, doesn't it? Yeah. And the design is strong and it's very clearly articulated. Yes?
The design can be seen, but there are additional elements which are not part of the original design. So the retaining wall and belvedere are now hidden, and the gymnasium block
We've
is
not
intruding.
got to the site yet. We're still on Regent Terrace, Regent Road. I mean, I'm talking about the views up to Regent Terrace.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And it's largely intact. Would you be fair to say that the design, as originally intended, is largely intact?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, as I come along Regent Road and I turn the corner, as it were, I'm immediately faced with the easternmost section of the Hamilton building. Is that correct? The lower section of the East Pavilion.
Yes.
And again, does that denote what I would call a fairly strong 19th century marker of having continuing that character, but it's a strong marker of a continuation of that 19th century character?
Yes, it's integrated into the retaining wall as well, which forms part of the building.
Yeah. and again, having seen that particular, the lower pavilion, it certainly gives you the impression there's more to come as one moves and traverses round. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the same difference would have, the character of north of Regent Road, as we've described, and of what, as I come eastwards from Waterloo, you've accepted, is entirely of 19th century character, and it's largely intact. And I think we've now agreed that, haven't we?
Yes.
Yeah. So if the preservation of character of a 19th century one that is largely intact were considered important, that would be a matter which should be properly and fully considered in any evaluation of setting, because that's character is part of setting, isn't it?
Yes, although it would have to also consider the added elements which have been added in that area.
That may be so, but what we've got currently is, as you've accepted, a 19th century character, largely unaltered by changes, and you're now introducing some changes. Can we keep it at the broad level? We've agreed that the strength of the character to the north of Regent Road, around the site and in its environs, is of a 19th century built development.
The character may be, but whether that is, all of that character is contributing to our ability to understand and appreciate is a different question. And so the additions, I would say, do not contribute to our ability to understand and appreciate the intended design.
You're mixing your factors here, and that's one thing that I don't want to have is a mix of factors, because that's exactly what your assessment does. I am talking purely in this instance about character, okay? Character of the area, and I do not want to start getting into sidetracked into other areas, because otherwise that's exactly how we end up with in the round. I want to talk about character, okay? Do you understand that?
Okay.
If one of the key attributes and strengths of the Royal High School and its setting is that it is largely contained within an area which exudes a largely 19th century character, would you accept that a change to that in character terms would be a change to the setting of the Hamilton building?
It would represent a change to the character of the area, yes.
And just in terms of the setting guidance, can we just go back there once more, and it will be a very brief reference, and that's to CD 502. And if we go to page 9, and on page 9, the second column, do we see there that the value attributed to a historic asset by the community or wider public may influence the sensitivity of its setting? Public consciousness may place a strong emphasis on an asset and its setting for aesthetic reasons, or because of an artistic or historic association. Such associated values can contribute to the significance of a site and to the sensitivity of its setting. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, in terms of how the community and wider public may have placed weight, would it be fair to say that all the various designations are ones which have been prepared and agreed upon by those that the community have elected to take charge of the protection of these matters?
Yes.
So, in terms of setting, it would be relevant to have regard to, for example, the World Heritage Site status.
The assessment in the ES would always consider on an asset-by-asset basis. So any time I would only be considering one asset.
Yes, but this seems to suggest that where value is attributed out with that context, that it's relevant to the consideration of setting. So what I'm suggesting to you is I'm not asking you to do a setting an impact on the World Heritage Site, but the degree to which this may or may not contribute to no UV may in fact, if it relates to setting, be relevant.
Yes, it may be relevant.
And equally, we could layer in all the other designations of the Newtown Conservation Area, direct impacts. That's a matter that's of a value that's been attributed, correct?
Yes, I'm not sure I would read the text and this guidance in quite the same manner as you. I don't think that the number of designations that apply is strictly the relevant information, but rather the understanding more of a kind of general man on the street or woman on the street. So there are certain elements within Edinburgh that are perhaps readily identifiable as being part of Edinburgh, for example, the castle, and that's the kind of value that might be attributed to that is more the kind of value that I think this is referring to, not the number of designations which apply.
I'm certainly not interested in the number of designations, but what I'm interested in is if there are matters within the designations that might be relevant to setting and the consideration of setting, that they're matters that should be properly encompassed. I'm not saying that it's the be-all and end-all, but there may be aspects arising, for example, in the World Heritage Management Plan that give advice as to what we should be doing in relation to our assets, which may be relevant to take into account in setting. Do you see that? And equally, for example, the Old Town Conservation Area, Carlton Hill, within the character area appraisal, is recognised to have an important part in providing a setting to the Old Town, and that would be a matter which, in part, will be influenced by, for example, the impacts on setting, because it's the relationship, it's wider relationship that is being considered, isn't it?
That advice would be relevant in considering the setting of the Old Town. It's not necessarily relevant to understanding the setting of the Royal High School.
But if the Royal High School itself and the presence that it exerts is relevant, and look, if we just need to go back, if I'm talking about key views of the asset to and from, if there are key views that are attributed value because they're in the Old Town Conservation Area, that makes that particular matter relevant, doesn't it, in terms of setting? It's the fact that it's a view from that location gives it a weight in terms of considering its value relative to setting, doesn't it?
Yes, it's a view that needs to be considered.
So we're on the same wavelength now. And equally, the fact that the application also has landscape designations layered over the top of it adds an additional complexity to the evaluation of settings. We're having to consider the impacts that, or the contribution that this site makes to the particular site in question, and thereafter the impacts that the setting impacts have on that.
Landscape matters would not be considered within a heritage assessment.
You, in terms of setting, have to do an evaluation of the character of the surrounding landscape. What is that?
The character of the surrounding landscape refers to, is it open green space, is it parkland? It doesn't refer to a landscape designation as such.
No, but part of that is wrapped around the value that's attributed to the landscape associated with the setting. It's all interrelated, isn't it?
I don't really understand the question.
And secondly, for example, have you bothered to read the relevant landscape character assessment for this area in considering the character of the surrounding landscape?
No, I'm not carrying out a landscape character study.
I didn't ask you whether you were carrying out a landscape study. I asked you whether you had read the published documents that set out an independent view as to the landscape character of what surrounds the Royal High School.
That's not a document which I would consider in a heritage assessment. That would be considered by a landscape architect.
Because that might give you an indication of how important the particular building was in relation to setting, wouldn't it? Because if a landscape architect doing a different exercise had picked out particular heritage features as having such a strong presence in the landscape that they particularly noted it, that's a view which in terms of landscape context is relevant to your subsequent assessment of change, isn't it?
The prominence of the asset in the landscape is mentioned later in the factors, so yes, it would be considered.
Can I now move on to very briefly looking at some visualisations, which I hesitate to go to given how long it takes. But I want to, first of all, if we could look at CD 180, please.
So I wonder if we can do anything about the Hoover sound through the door. It's rather distracting and I'm quite tired.
Equally, sir, if my learned friend is going to go on for much longer, I wonder if we could have another break. It's obvious that the witness is a little bit tired at the moment. It's been a long day. In fact, yes, it's been long 3 days, in truth.
It would be nice if we could finish as well tonight.
Absolutely.
Do you have a great deal of re-examination piling up?
No, I'll be very brief, sir. There's no difficulty about that. The issue is the cross-examination.
Let's take a short break till past, and we'll see if we can do something about this noise behind us.
Always difficult as soon as you bring the visualisations out. Everyone says they're going to be 10 minutes, and it's 20 minutes, and it's 30 minutes. It is what it is. It takes its time. I will be as brief and short as I possibly can be, and be succinct in the questioning that I wish to pose relative to the witness.
Can I put another discipline on you, that if you're halfway through and we've gone more than half the time available, that we'll call a halt to it. Is that fair enough? Right, let's carry on then. Thank you for reopening for us.
Apologies, sir, but it's just simply because I'd had a discussion with Mr. Innes.
Right, Mr. Innes.
Can I have you, horribly, to have at least two or potentially three images available, please? CD 157. And then from CD 180, could you have perhaps viewpoints 35, which is 13120, and also 66, which is viewpoint 18. So 18 and 35, which I think you've had a look at already today.
I've got 35. Was there another number as well, please?
18. And CD 157.
Yes, I have those.
And just to be clear, the risk of using CD 157 is caveated by you that it's an architect's drawing. We caveat that with the accuracy that may be from it, and equally in this context, I've taken you to the 2017 scheme, and CD 157 is from the 2015 scheme.
Okay,
yeah.
I understand.
So that we can get totally confused and mix and match the visualizations. But do you agree that if one thing, we just have to do the best with what we've got at the moment at this particular juncture. And what I'm really trying to do is get to an understanding with a very simple question. Could you tell me what positive aspects that from these three viewpoints that the development as proposed delivers in terms of setting, please?
In view 18, I'm not sure which of, there's several 18s, so I'm not sure which one you're referring to, but I don't, there's no...
C.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, the biggie.
As I've previously expressed, the removal of the gymnasium block I would consider to help our ability to understand and appreciate the original design intentions of Hamilton. So that applies in both view 18C and view 35.
Okay. So it's the removal of the Hamilton building that you view as detrimental to the setting is replaced by a structure that is larger in height, volume and massing. Do we see that?
Yes.
And if CD 157 were to be believed, would it be fair to say, as it heads off up the screen, that there might be some scale and massing issues associated with the new proposals relative to the existing building from this particular location?
It would be an unusual location to be in an aeroplane above the building.
Sorry, I think we're at the Burns Monument. Sorry.
Sorry, I have the wrong image,
Yeah.
Clearly.
Yes. I wouldn't want to be joining the architects in their plane.
I must say the fault was mine as well then, because I'm looking at 157, which is what I thought we'd been referred to, which is a semi...
There are more visualisations.
Yeah.
Indeed, sir, but I wasn't...
The Burns Monument, which is the viewpoint 17 with the development in. Yes.
Could I just have the drawing number then, just to be sure about it? Is that 404?
Yes.
Yes, it is. And what I'm asking you, if I look at 404, and I have to do a combination, because viewpoint 35 certainly doesn't incorporate the left-hand element of development because it couldn't be fitted into the photograph. And similarly, in relation to viewpoint 18C, the entirety of the east elevation could not be incorporated either. But insofar as I'm looking at the, shall we say, the join between the Hamilton building and the proposed development, if CD 157 is to be believed, do you accept that there are going to be scale and massing issues associated with the new development from this particular location, which is essentially looking north from the Regent Road area? Would you accept that?
I would suggest that the two buildings, that is the Hamilton building and the new wing, are seen as almost entirely separate in this image, so I don't think there's an issue with scale and massing.
So, you've said the good thing is you've got rid of the gymnasium. Can I ask you what negative aspects are disclosed in these views relative to setting? And if there are none, there are none. That's fine. If that's your genuine professional view that there are no adverse effects of setting from the combination of 35, 18 and 157, we can stop and we'll see. So what would be the adverse effects arising from the imposition of the new structure there?
The one adverse element which I can see in this one CD 157, with the caveats that it's not an LVIA viewpoint, is that the west wing appears beyond the Hamilton building. So in this particular image, you see it beyond the Hamilton building, and it's disrupting the building against the sky.
What about the eastern section? Is it skylining as well?
Yes, the new wing is on the skyline here.
And if I move slightly further forward, say to where we see the gates in CD 517, what happens to skylining as I get closer to it? Does it get even more prominent?
As you get closer to any building, it appears taller.
Yeah. So, what we can agree, can we not? Isn't it a very simple one? That the east building introduces substantial new structures of a higher scale and massing that skyline and compete with the Royal High School building for the viewer's attention. Would that be fair?
Depending on where you're standing, I wouldn't go immediately adjacent to the Hamilton building to try and appreciate it. So I don't think that there's a scale and massing issue when you're standing right next to it.
So if I'd used your visualizations, Ms. Tweedy, to do my assessment, because at viewpoint 35, if I turn my head left, is it likely that I would also see the west wing of your proposals?
Yes, I believe that they would be visible beyond the Hamilton building.
And insofar as, and obviously Mr. Van Grieken can answer questions about that, but insofar as there might be a good practice, if we've got a viewpoint where the development is visible in more than one angle of view, would it not be the case that in order to assess the impact, you'd have to both be able to see the east and the west elevations to come to the view at the impact at that particular location?
Yes, but I'm not assessing the impact at any particular location, as I've already explained.
Yeah. But for you to understand when the west elevation becomes visible, if only using the visualizations, it's going to be rather complicated in terms of the material that you use to your assessment, because it's not revealed, is it? So when, according to your assessment, do I first see, coming eastwards from Regent Road, the western buildings of the Hamilton of your proposal?
My understanding of what is seen from where is derived both from these viewpoints and from the zone of theoretical visibility, which has different colours for both the east-west wing and the Hamilton building.
But that means you're using viewpoints, limited viewpoints, to express the complete relationship. And let's face it, if we just look at CD 157, I've got the east wing and I've got the west wing. And when you answer questions, you raise very specific responses as to how the west wing related to the Hamilton building. And that can only be done when you've actually got a visualization of the west wing. You can't imagine that, can you? You've got to look at the specifics and how it actually physically relates. Does it overtop the west wing? Does it leap in front of it? Does it overwhelm effectively the lower pavilion? That's a detail which will change as you move towards the east. Travel westwards along Regent Road, isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct, but there is another viewpoint just slightly further along the road, as I recall.
Now, in terms of what happens to effectively the east elevation on Regent Road, could you tell me how you've assessed the impact of the east wing on the development of the Hamilton building further to the east of this viewpoint, further to the west of this viewpoint?
Sorry, could you repeat that? There was quite a lot of east and west, and I'm a bit confused.
Always the same. I'm travelling westwards along effectively Regent Road. How? Because essentially your furthest west viewpoint of the east building is viewpoint 35, It's at the bus stop at Regent Road.
I'm not sure that that can be right, sir. I think it's the furthest east viewpoint rather than the further west one.
No, I think I'm absolutely right. In terms of the east building, not of the development as a whole. I'm only interested at this point in the east building. Okay?
The east wing?
Yes. The east wing of your hotel proposal. Viewpoint 35, and I have to travel, well, I probably have to travel all the way around to the viewpoint. I think it might even be viewpoint, probably get it at 4, but let's keep it sensible. There's only, what other viewpoint is there of the east of the hotel along Regent Road?
I don't think there's one further east on Regent Road itself. There's one, I'm not sure if it's on Regent Road or Regent Terrace. I think it's viewpoint 5.
We're heading west. So let's cut away from the hypothetical and move to a very real location. I'm standing on the south side of Regent Road, directly facing on, symmetrically, to the portico of the south elevation of the Hamilton building. Do you understand where I am?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. The location where, when I went and had a look at it yesterday, tourists were photographing the building. Would that be a standard position to go and look at? Stand right in the centre of the portico on the south side and look at the building, yes?
Yes, you'd need a good wide-angle camera, I think, to do that.
And insofar as that is an important view, do you consider it an important view?
Yes.
And what does the hotel wing to the northeast of that view look like?
It looks like, similarly, as it appears in many of these other views.
That's a nonsense answer, isn't it, Miss Tweedy? What does it look like from that very specific location? What is the relationship of the scale and massing of the Eastern Wing and Hotel when I'm standing looking northeast from the central side of the south side of Regent Road? What would it look like?
I believe that you would experience the new wing in an almost separate arc of view from the Hamilton building.
Are you aware that my clients lodged objections to this planning application and specifically identified that this viewpoint was a significant omission and should have been incorporated in the viewpoints? Are you aware of that?
I believe it's been mentioned earlier in the proceedings.
Were you aware of it before the proceedings?
No, I was not.
So, in terms of effectively that position, we don't have any evidence at all as to how that key relationship works in relation to that particular aspect of Hamilton's design, do we?
No.
Do you accept it's an omission?
I was not involved in the selection of the viewpoints, so it's very difficult for me to comment on this process, and there are others who would be better qualified to speak about that.
That's really a question for Mr Van Grieken, surely.
Absolutely not. And I'm going to, if I may carry on, can we look at viewpoint 21A, please?
I have that.
Yeah. Now, that's the relationship that the essentially the west wing of the hotel proposal has with the west elevation. And what I'm looking for is an understanding of what the similar view would look like to the northeast relevant to that one. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand that.
And do you also understand that we can see fairly clearly from the images that the eastern hotel wing, in terms of scale and massing, is of a greater proportion than that of the west elevation, isn't it? Sorry, than the western hotel wing, isn't it?
I think that depends which scheme we're speaking about.
No. I'm speaking only about scheme 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, that is the case.
Yeah. And so therefore, simply put, we do not know what the east hotel wing will look like in that key view, do we?
I think we can reach a suitable understanding from the range of viewpoints that we have, albeit we do not have the full view. But the entire view that you're seeking to understand is not something you can experience all in one view. And as Mr. Steele said, I think that a landscape architect would be better qualified to speak about this matter.
No, but you are the individual who's been charged with the course of assessing the setting of this critically nationally important, internationally important building. And from the key viewpoint from the south, you are suggesting you are not able to tell me what the eastern hotel wing is going to look like. That is a significant admission. Do you accept that, Ms. Tweedy?
I believe I have a suitable understanding to carry out my assessment of effects on setting from the visualisations that I have.
Okay, how big does it go? Does it exceed the wing? We've got 21A. On the other side, would it exceed the height of the elevation or not?
I don't understand the question. The east wing wouldn't be in the view of 21A.
But you're suggesting that you've got it in your mind how it might look. And what I'm suggesting is how big would it be when I'm looking at the scale of that?
If we consider view 35, that shows a similar location and gives us a sense of the scale.
Can anyone point me to an equivalent of CD 157 but for scheme 2?
There isn't one, sir. It was the wedding photograph.
Sorry, the wedding.
It was the one that got cropped off, and its subsequent version matches viewpoint 17. It's cut off and looks at the door, and it doesn't show the development site or the east wing. Okay. Just leave it as unresolved then, shall we, Ms. Tweedy?
I think that might be sensible.
But can we're marching along Regent Road looking at viewpoints. Can we agree that from viewpoints 35, 18 and now 21 that we are changing the character of the Royal High School site to also include 21st century as well as 18th century, and that just cannot be denied.
Yes, that's true.
And taken in the round, and we can go all the way around to the viewpoints that the various viewpoints of on Regent Road and its environs. Viewpoint 4 at the entry, that would change from being effectively a one which you accepted was 19th century to one which was certainly 21st century in terms of the keynote markers, wouldn't it?
It would change to include 21st century architecture, yes.
But it's not just include of a very significant scale and massing. They all make their point at these entry points to both east and west.
Yes, although you can still appreciate the original building.
In terms of many of these viewpoints, I'm just going to put a general position to you that at 35 18, 21, 4 and 32, as I understand it, that in terms of visual terms, these, can you agree, just looking at 21, that this visualisation is directed at the Royal High School, isn't it?
Yes, 21A.
Yeah. And
further noises off. How far are you through?
That's good progress on this particular front. We're just coming to the end of that, and I've got 2 further lines, but they're not. They're not lengthy ones.
I think we're going to need a short break just to silence what's going on behind me,
okay.
and whether that's possible or not. Just bear with us. On just before they open the turnstiles, and there's a test regime they have to go through, and it's going to carry on till it's completed. In a few minutes you can go and ask somebody, whoever I saw out there. Can you hear what's being said? Are you
that's not
happy to carry on? Or?
I'm happy because I can easily distinguish this music from questioning, unlike some of the other sounds we've had.
Any other views? Do you think we should? I'm wondering now whether we're going to get through this. Mr. Steele.
Well, sir, realistically, the question is, how long is Mr. Innes going to be? I have certainly 10 minutes, which may become 15 minutes of re-examination. The music's, I remember it well, but whether that's assisting us or not is another matter.
Name of the song? Mr.
So
Innes.
I do wonder. I know the witness is keen to finish. We're all keen to finish, but I do wonder. It's entirely up to you.
Can I just say I have some questions as well for Ms. Tweedy?
Okay. We're going to call it a day. I'm terribly sorry. But I think we'll all benefit from the rest. 9:30 tomorrow morning. I'm sorry that you've not been able to finish tonight. Anything else before we go?